Well, good morning. We are continuing our June 7th council meeting. Just for those who are watching online, we're going to take a brief recess as we wait for another committee to finish up so we can continue with this
so
meeting.
just before we call it to order, can I just confirm we have quorum?
We may not even have quorum in order to call it to order. One, two, three, four, five.
So to do quorum, if we could do a proper roll call so that I can get that
Should
in
we
the
do that
minutes
right now?
accurately, please.
Okay, well, let's do our roll call. And I will do it in a different order. Councillor Cartmell is not here. Councillor Hamilton.
I am present.
Good morning. Councillor Jans. I also do not see him unless he's online.
He's in committee.
He's in committee. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. I am here. Councillor Principe, also in committee, I would guess.
Good morning.
Oh, there
I'm
we go.
here.
Online. Perfect. Wonderful to hear your voice. Councillor Rice.
We have notice from Councillor Rice that she'll be a little bit late this morning. She's on city business.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
I see you there. Councillor Stevenson. Not hearing anything. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Dankaren. Councillor Wright.
She's in committee.
In committee. And the mayor is going to be late, and I am here, so I believe we do have quorum.
We have 7.
Okay.
So if you can call the meeting to order.
Great. So now I'm calling this meeting to order, continuation of the June 7th meeting. And because we have quorum, we can begin. However, I believe that many of the councillors would like to vote on the item that we have coming up. So let's just do some just getting the house in order here. We'll start with item 6.9 today. And then after that, well, actually, Madam Clerk, do you mind letting us know everything that we've got?
Yeah,
in the packet?
happy to just run through where we left off on Friday. So council was dealing with item 6.9, so it might be helpful to just carry on with that item. And then just working through your agenda, council could then move to 6.11. Then go into, there are still 3 remaining bylaws to be dealt with, which is 7.4, 7.5, and 7.6. There are 5 motions pending that have been laid over from multiple council meetings, so we could move on to those. There is still 1 in-camera item, which is 9.2. And if we get through that this morning and perhaps into the early afternoon, if council is wanting to, it could still then go back to 6.3 and 6.4, which is the capital investment outlook, as well as the operating investment outlook. If that works for council, then hopefully administration is able to plan their day accordingly.
Well, that looks good to me. I don't see any objections. And at this point, we might take a brief recess in order to allow our councillors who are not quite here yet, because they are stuck a little bit in committee.
Yes, if we could take a 10-minute recess and we'll come back at 9:45.
That would be wonderful. So we Great, thank you very much. Before we begin, we'll do a quick roll call. Again, not in the usual order, just to keep people on their toes. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rice is still absent on city business at the moment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tancaran.
Good morning again.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I am here, and the mayor is away on city business. So, returning councillors, we set a little bit of the agenda today, and we are going to begin with item 6.9, 102 Avenue LRT Pedestrian Crosswalk. And I believe at this point, if you would like to, if you have any questions, if not, that would make a lot of sense. You can join the speakers list for administration. Okay, and we will begin with Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, just hopefully a friendly amendment. As Councillor Hamilton introduced at our previous meeting, there was just a bit of a wording cleanup related to the ending part of the motion. So as it currently reads, it says, "and work with Downtown Business Association and stakeholders to utilize downtown vibrancy for activation." Hoping to change that to, "and that activation projects be considered as part of the Downtown Vibrancy Grant Program, and that administration work with local stakeholders for implementation." And that was in collaboration with administration, just to make sure that's nice and tidy, if that's friendly.
I'll second it to see if it is.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that is an amendment from Councillor Salvador, second by Councillor Knack. And that's on the floor. Is there any debate on that, or is that considered friendly?
Can I ask a question?
Looks like it's friendly. However, we do have a question from Councillor Tancaran.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that amendment. But I guess to the mover then, so rather than kind of directing the pilot to go as is, you're essentially it will be one of the projects that will be considered for deliberation by a group of people for the Downtown Vibrancy Fund.
Yeah, so as it's currently worded, there's a lot of specificity around specifically like the Downtown Business Association, recognizing there's sort of a broader set of stakeholders, and that there's an established process for tapping into the Downtown Vibrancy Fund. Wanted to just make that a little bit more broad, again, at the advice of administration. And if admin would like to comment on that, very happy to turn to them as well.
Sure, yeah.
Councillor Tang, Ms. McCabe up here, we were looking for clarity on if the motion was directing administration to take on full responsibility of activating 102 Avenue, or if the motion was for activation projects to be considered through the Downtown Vibrancy Grant, like for applications to be considered. So is administration fully responsible for this activation, or is it just on a project-specific basis? My understanding from the mover, it was on a project-specific basis, so we wanted to tighten up the wording to reflect that.
Gotcha. And so this will really ensure that with the stakeholders, there's a lot more buy-in in order to access that grant on a by project basis. Right.
The way that the motion is worded right now, it would allow for projects to apply. It would go through the decision-making process where there's a number of stakeholders at the table who make decisions about the projects. They'd be approved or not approved, and then administration would work with stakeholders for successful implementation of those projects.
Great. That's very clear. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It looks like we've also got perhaps a question or two from Councillor Wright, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just, and I don't know if this is in relation to the actual amendment. My question, I think, is for Mr. Lachlan. Does our agreement with Transit allow us to open up the space during the final phase of construction?
You are correct, that is not germane to the amendment, so can we say that one?
Okay, thank you. I will hold off on that one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wright. If there's no other questions, and it sounds like it's a friendly amendment, I believe we can just move on.
It's been moved and seconded, and since there's been
So we'll
discussion on it, I
vote on it.
strongly
Yeah, of
suggest that we
course.
take a
Yeah.
vote on this amendment and get clear direction from council.
Let's follow the protocol. I love it. Okay, please, please vote.
We're just waiting for 3 more votes.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, so that is now part of the motion. Now we can get back to the original list. And Councillor Wright, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. I will repeat it. Does our agreement with Transit allow us to open up the space during this final phase of construction?
Councillor Wright, Bruce Ferguson here. Yes, it is ready to open at any time.
Okay, and there's no adjustments to the agreement or any penalties or anything that we would be facing?
No, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Maybe just to be clear, this motion is providing different direction, and we provided some advice in private related to that. So talking a bit based on the conversation that we had on Friday, we can open the road. This motion is providing different direction, and we highlighted some of the potential issues with that. But again, that was from Friday's conversation.
But the first part of the motion, as far as implementing a pilot, wouldn't impact any agreements.
At this point in time, hard to say. I think the advice we provided in private is that it could, but until we know exactly how this is going to unfold, we're not certain yet. And again, that was the message that we relayed in private on Friday.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
I don't know if that provides the clarity I'm looking for, but thank you.
Yeah, so
That was how we responded on Friday in private, and you're asking a question that we don't know the specific answer to, because this motion is providing different direction than what the original plan was for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Lachlan. Councillor Wright, if you want your question answered to a fuller extent, we would have to move back into private. How are you feeling on that?
If I could move to go into private, because I do want some more clarity on it.
Okay. So that you were making a motion to move into
Motion
private?
to move into private,
Pertaining
subject
to-
to
yeah.
point, I'm thinking 17 and 24?
25 and 27.
25 and 27, thank you.
Okay, great. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Please vote.
Can I just confirm that that was Councillor Hamilton or Councillor Principe?
Councillor Principe.
Oh, was it Councillor
Thank you
Principe?
very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Point of order to the clerk. Does that have to be a unanimous vote for us to go in private?
No, it does not.
Thank you.
We have all the votes, Deputy Mayor.
Display the vote. And that is carried.
Can we just have a few minutes to clear council chambers?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can't resume until the doors are open. We do have members of the public that are outside waiting. The doors to chambers are now open. Thank you.
Right, okay, we are back in public. And I'll take the chair back.
I return the chair.
All right, is this the order of, that's on the list, on the deck, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is. And just for the record, we do have, Mayor, you've just joined, and we'll add Councillor Rice to the roll call.
Okay, good, all right. So Councillor Paquette, you were next for questions?
I am not sure why I'm on the board. I am not, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Knack?
And no questions on the amendment, I'll have questions after the amendment.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, we voted on
What
it?
amendment are we talking?
I don't know anymore, I've lost. Yeah, I need more energy. Apparently. So I do have questions, I thought we voted on it, it was still sitting there, so I was confused. Sorry, I have a quick question, just related to the emergency services piece. I know there was some conversation about making it clear that emergency services could still use the space if something were to be closed, and so what wording do we need as amended, or to make sure that that is made clear that emergency services would be allowed to use that space?
I would suggest establishing a pedestrian-friendly corridor that can still accommodate access egress for emergency services.
Perfect, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, I think that was the original intent of the mover, but if we have to make it explicitly clear, I will make that motion right now.
They'll probably be friendly.
I hope so.
Yeah, keeping the emergency access open. Seems like friendly amendment. Is everyone okay with that?
One quick question.
Yeah.
Does that also include, if necessary, some form of infrastructure, temporary, for safety purposes?
So,
I think they'll figure that out, that
Yeah.
their
Yeah,
administration's
I would
part.
assume that just is encompassed in the whole thing.
yeah, so
Yeah.
it is a good question though, because on the basis of making sure that we protect for that, we need to limit the amount of programming that can happen to be able to provide the emergency services the ability to navigate the corridor as it was originally planned to do.
Yeah.
So, just maybe context, it's unlikely that you would see back-to-back food trucks along this corridor, because then we are limiting the access and egress for emergency services. So we do have to program in a way that accommodates the movement of emergency services and, further to that, the operations that Transit would have relied on related to that lane being accessible.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, questions on the friendly? Just to speak, and Councillor Stevenson, any questions on the friendly?
Yes, questions on the friendly, which I think makes it not friendly.
Okay.
Just wondering how emergency services have operated for the past number of years with this road being closed. I'm just a bit confused about the need.
Councillor Stevenson, Bruce Ferguson here. For the 2 or 3 years that this area has been closed, it has actually been a construction site, so it has been under the responsibility of TransEd from a health and safety and emergency access perspective. The difference here is once you open it back up to the public, then it is you need to be able to provide emergency services into those spaces. So one side, it's fully closed, therefore someone else's responsibility. Once it's open, then it becomes the city and emergency services responsibilities to be able to respond to something in that area.
And I see that. I guess I'm just wondering about the need for vehicular access to achieve that. So, for example, there are parks where someone may have a medical emergency in the middle of a green field. There's not necessarily a road that would lead a vehicle there, but the access would still be provided. I'm just wondering why a similar approach couldn't be taken on this street. What I'm hearing is that there has to be like vehicle flow through for emergency vehicles rather than just access like we might have in other public spaces.
Well, I think the difference is the space that's available. The example you used in a park, there is ample room for emergency services to make those decisions based on space that's available. This is quite a constrained corridor from an access perspective. And again, original design of the corridor was done in a way to accommodate the consultation and engagement that happened with emergency services leading up to the recommendation of the corridor originally.
Yeah, and it just seems to me that there is there's no point along the corridor that would be further than a block away from a roadway, right? And I understand that, in other instances, sort of that block is sort of reasonable distance for, let's say, a first aid team or to walk that distance or travel that distance by foot rather than having to maneuver the vehicle in.
So that's a change to emergency services operations, and I would suggest that would be again something that would require much more discussion with those partners. From a safety perspective, it wouldn't be something that I would be recommending, not that I am in the emergency services field, but throughout the engagement on these projects where we reduce capacity, access with their vehicles and their equipment is prioritized or identified as critically important for emergency services.
Okay, and I guess I'm just wondering how that informs or influences other road closures that have happened. So, for example, on 104th Street, which has been closed, and animation and furniture put in a way that would impede emergency vehicle access in that area.
Sorry, closure on 104th Street, is that the reference?
Yeah. So that road has been closed for a variety of different events.
Temporarily. And
yeah.
Those closures are coordinated with emergency services around approaches and method to accommodate emergency situations and emergency services should there be an incident. The other consideration is just again, from a fire perspective, access directly to wherever the source of fire is can't be done without the vehicle directly adjacent to it.
Well, and I again, outside of both our areas of expertise, but I believe there is a distance that can be serviced from where the fire truck may need to park and the hose need to be deployed. And appreciating that there would need to be plans put in place, I would assume that would be part of the road closure bylaw process. So I would be more comfortable with an amendment that suggested that the emergency service access plan need to be developed, but not necessarily that the roadway be available for emergency vehicle access. Because I think that ends up defeating the purpose of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So as this is not considered friendly, so Andrew, Councillor Knack, would you like to make your amendment?
I don't know anymore. Yes.
Would you move
And
your
I'm gonna
amendment,
ask-
please?
Yeah, I'll move it, and then I'll have to ask some questions now.
Yeah. Can you move, then I'll go to Councillor Rice after that.
Yeah, I'll move it.
What was the amendment?
Yes, there it is. That the following be added after pedestrian-friendly corridor that would accommodate emergency services access.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. We have an amendment on the floor. Councillor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And to the amendment only at this time.
To the
Just-
amendment only.
Yeah, then we can come
Okay.
back to the rest, yeah.
So no, I don't have question for the amendment. I have the question for the
Yeah, we'll come back.
January.
We'll come back to that.
General motion.
Okay. Councillor Cartmel, the amendment?
Just a couple of questions. To either Mr. Loughlin or Ms. McCabe, it's my understanding that when one applies for a development and/or building and/or occupancy permit, that one of the considerations is how many streets are available for firefighting. And that speaks to code issues, fire separations, thicknesses of concrete walls, how buildings are divided. Is that, do either of you share that understanding? Maybe I'm the only one that's applied for a development, building, and occupancy permit.
I'm certain that that's looked at as part of the analysis. I can't say specifically how that would apply in this situation at a detailed level.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it would apply at the detailed level either, other than 102nd Avenue is a canyon between two skyscrapers, or at least two rather tall buildings right at the property limit.
Yeah, I think what we can say, Councillor Carmel, is that as part of the bylaw circulation process, emergency services would be included in that circulation in terms of understanding the constraints, impacts, and restrictions that they felt would be necessary to maintain emergency services access.
Yeah, on the bylaw circulation.
That's correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask a few questions based on the responses to Councillor Stevenson's questions, because the way I heard you respond, sort of, I do share her concern that the way it sounded like the answers came in, that it would essentially render the ability to activate that space, which felt a little odd because, you know, I know there are pedestrian-only streets across the world that make this work, so I just want to make sure that we're not being so restricted. You know, my intent was, hey, if a fire truck needs to run down to get to a building, well, clearly, yeah, well, there'll be a way to do that. They can jump on the LRT tracks because we know that was part of the design. They could use the, you know, shifted bike lane. They could use whatever they needed. And so I want to make sure we're not seemingly being overly restrictive in that.
Well, this is, I think, the challenge of doing these things the way we are, rather than being asked to take this back and something we identified early on to do a corridor analysis to understand all of the impacts and issues to deal with, then I could provide you a more definitive answer.
Okay.
At this point in time, from an emergency services perspective, we would need to determine a way to provide accommodation for them to access
Absolutely.
the corridor.
Yeah.
If that entire laneway is programmed, there's a limitation on what you can do using the LRT tracks or the bikeway or the pedestrian realm that's already out there. So,
yeah, which would apply whether we were doing the standard plan or this plan, because in the standard plan it's a single lane. If that was backed up because of an accident, the exact same scenario would apply in terms of that. It's why, generally speaking, I don't think fire rescues use that avenue since the bike lane went in. It's only when they absolutely need it.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So there'd have to be considerations in terms of restrictions, but
Yeah.
what those are, we haven't had the opportunity to actually go through that body of work.
Yeah.
How emergency services would program the space, develop an emergency response plan, would be something that we'd have to work through between now and the bylaw.
Correct, and that was what I was thinking too. So yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have amendment on the floor. There are no more questions on it. Please vote. I'm yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Amendment is carried. We're back to the main motion. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
First question is about, for this one-year pilot, how much investment and then from like the administration's effort and also financial could be?
Well, at this point, if approved, the direction is to close the vehicle lane, which would be an incremental cost. It really depends on council's wishes related to the degree of engagement and ongoing engagement and assessment of performance of the corridor. And in my opening comments on Friday, I believe I mentioned that if there was a desire to do sort of more engagement and assessing the effectiveness of the pilot, could be up to $200,000 of engagement costs. But again, what we're being asked to do is if approved, close the lane and come up with a bylaw to bring back to council for consideration, which, based on the time frame we've identified, would be September, and that bylaw would be another point for council to consider direction on this laneway, and then we'd have the ability to confirm exactly what the cost would be.
Okay. So, yes, we heard what I heard, and many business group, and also our Edmontonians, from public engagement perspective. Yes, our city did 11 stakeholders, but from wider city-wide perspective, because the closure will impact not only in this area, and it's actually impact how our citizens to use our downtown core area. And so this is impacted citywide, so that engagement is still not done yet, right?
Yes, we articulated in the report that we did limited engagement on this report, specifically property owners adjacent and the Downtown Business Association. We didn't do engagement beyond that. But there has been a perspective shared from different groups. I think council all received letters from the Downtown Business Association, NAOP and BOMA, Downtown Community League, UDI, and then there were a couple of speakers that were at committee from the YMCA.
Just wondering, initial why we need closure this, and is this a proper time to do it, or is it a proper way to do that from two perspectives?
I think the first question is better directed at the mover. The second one, administration identified at the presentation that we feel if council really wants to pursue this, that this would benefit from a corridor review, which would answer some of the questions that I'm not able to definitively answer, that we're not able to definitively answer today. So as to the other question, I think it's better served for the mover.
Okay, so may I ask a mover? And then,
Sure.
because I missed the first part of the meeting.
Yeah, I think we've certainly heard from the business community concerns about the timing of this. Hearing that they've been anxiously waiting for the roadway to open up again, still feeling the effects of COVID. So I think they would argue that no, it's not the right time. For me, I think the opportunity is that this is a corridor that has been closed to traffic for many years now. So patterns have found other ways to navigate the downtown, which I recognize may not have been ideal, but presents an opportunity for us to try a different use of this space. I think given, the desire to bring people downtown, create animation in the area, for those reasons, I think there's an exciting opportunity in proceeding now.
Okay, so if this already closed for many years and then our business is suffering, our citizens and then complain about this closure, why do we need to continue to close this?
Yeah, and I think that comes down to, this idea came from the community. A lot of residents that I'm in touch with are very excited about this. Downtown residents, people visiting the area, they are asking for this to happen.
Okay.
That concludes the question. Sorry, Councillor Rice.
My time is up. Yes, that's what.
Okay, I think that concludes first round. We need a second round, right, Madam Clerk? Or we do, because we carry on from our previous day.
I have not had.
You haven't had a first round yet, Councillor Paquette, you haven't had a first round?
No, I'm on the first round, Mr. Mayor. I think that was my name from asking questions.
All
about
right,
the
Councillor
amendments.
Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, Mr. Lachlan, just really quickly, when we have cars traveling on roads, there is inevitable wear and tear.
Can you speak up?
I don't know if you heard me. When
I
we have
did,
cars on the road,
yes.
there's inevitable wear and tear.
Yep.
Yes, and can we calculate that on a, per length and per annum?
Very difficult.
Very difficult, but it does, okay, so let's put it this way. Generally speaking, how often do we do repair on a road like the one we're looking at?
The repair on this road is a bit unique. It's paving stone, it's not asphalt. I know the numbers for asphalt, but it's like the 15 to 20 year time frame. I think there's a 10-year microsurfacing that happens, and then a 15 to 20 year, sorry, we're getting really grind and overlay that
and
happens.
Just high level, yeah.
Yeah, as this is paving stone, the structure is different, so I'm not sure the frequency of maintenance on this road.
And do we know how much that would be?
Volume plays into it as well.
Yeah, and so it's probably pretty difficult to calculate cost as well.
It is, and part of, again, and I don't know if Bruce has this detail, part of the Transit agreement is them maintaining this, so it would have been built into the pro forma of the deal that we struck with
So I don't want to get into that too much, because I don't want to go back into private.
No, when they bid on it, they would have bid on the assumption of providing a level of maintenance that we required, and so the costs are essentially built into what we are paying to Transit over the next 25 years.
So presumably, there could be a cost savings here for Transit then? And I don't know how we would calculate it, but just logically, if you run
Ideally,
less
yes.
cars on a road, then you've probably got less wear and tear.
Ideally, yes. Practically, no, I would suggest.
And why is that?
Scale of what the agreement is and the...
Right, so if they do a piece, they're going to do all the way along. Okay, I got you there.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, that was it. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador?
Just speaking to.
Speaking. Okay, so that concludes the questions on this item. We are going to start speaking to it. So I will start with Councillor Salvador. You're the first one to go.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much. So when this idea was initially brought forward, I thought it was low-hanging fruit. Why wouldn't we explore opportunities to encourage active mobility and people-friendly streets in our downtown? I think for many years we've been asking how can we get people to actually stay in our downtown as opposed to just passing through it and moving through it. Reclaiming some of that space for active modes and people-friendly streets, I think, is a big part of the answer. But for a long time, we've been quite hesitant to do that, despite knowing some of the economic, social, and environmental benefits associated with it. I think that the motion on the floor is really about experimentation. It's about piloting an idea that bubbled up from community. Much of the correspondence that we've received in opposition has spoken to engagement that happened about a decade ago, but things have changed since then. 102 Ave has been closed for 4 years, as mentioned. Traffic patterns have adjusted to having this section of 102 Ave closed. Since then, of course, we've declared a climate emergency. We have authored the Edmonton Declaration. The city plan has been finished. And all over our city during the pandemic, we've started to free ourselves from really a century of car-oriented thinking in our streets. We've tried out shared mobility lanes. We've tried out significant patio expansions. And I think more people than ever have been out walking, biking, and rolling. And these kinds of initiatives and behavior changes likely would have been pretty hard sells before the pandemic, but all it took was a change in mindset to reimagine how we engage with our city and how we use some of those spaces. So the motion is really about a low-cost change in mindset. And it's interesting, because is this street a perfect candidate? No, I don't think it is. But I think we're at the point where, it would be ideal to see patios spilling out onto it already, have kind of a vibrant, flourishing public realm with street furniture oriented towards the street with the express purpose of active mobility. And of course that would be better. Of course that would be an ideal situation. But I don't think we should let perfect be the enemy of the good here. I think that the unfortunate reality is that we would experience the same kinds of concerns even if this were an ideal or perfect candidate. I think about a street like 104th, for example, which may be an excellent candidate for pedestrianization. I think we'd still feel that tension. And I have to say, I keep hearing support for pedestrian-friendly corridors and car-free streets, just not this one. And for me, that really begs the question, which one? How do we start to look at this in a really meaningful manner? And from a financial perspective, we're going to be talking about our financial outlook, and I don't think we're in a position to make dramatic investments into new infrastructure to create a perfectly designed pedestrian corridor. We're going to have to experiment, get creative, and make better use of existing infrastructure and see those opportunities when they arise. And I do think this is an opportunity. If this lane is open to traffic, though, I feel like that window of opportunity will be lost for the east-west corridor. And I also wanted to just highlight one thing that I found quite interesting. I was looking back at some of our city plan policy intentions, 2.2.3 in particular. And it says that we are to ensure that walkable and attractive mixed-use development occurs at nodes and along corridors in a manner that is integrated with accessible mass transit. And in reference to this policy, Action 3.7 in our energy transition strategy reads, quote, identify and begin planning for potential car-free or low-emission zones or corridors in combination with active transportation and public realm improvements. And at this time, I struggle to think of a location that is better aligned with these goals that can be actioned right away, immediately. So just to wrap up, I think historically we've tried flooding our downtown with cars to make it more vibrant. We've done that for decades as a matter of course, and I think we need to try something slightly different to course correct. And let's do that in a way that is about testing an idea, not necessarily locking us into an idea. This approach does allow us to do further engagement with businesses and community to learn about what works and what doesn't work. So I really appreciate the discussion on this. I appreciate all the people who took time to voice their perspectives. I think we're trying to get to the same place where we have a vibrant and thriving downtown where people want to stay, where they can have meaningful experiences and spend time. And I think that this motion moves us in that direction, which is why I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I spoke to this at committee, but it bears, I think, some further discussion. What I appreciate about this idea is that it's whimsical, that it allows us to see our city in a different context and to experience it in a different context. And I can't help but think of when Paths for People had their Open Streets Festival, and it allowed people to walk down the center of Jasper Avenue on a beautiful Sunday afternoon some years ago. And I say whimsical, and I don't mean that to be pejorative in the least. People need things in the city that are different, that are not ordinary, and that, make it a delightful city. However, I still can't support this motion. In the discussion of what we are trying to accomplish, there is the question of, is this about closing this specific road, or is this about creating more safe and walkable and human-oriented, human mode-oriented streets? And I don't know that this is, I don't know that this is a good candidate for that. In part, we have heard from stakeholders who, regardless of what happened a decade ago, are looking forward to a road opening adjacent to their building today. And we've heard about the impacts to not just the movement of people around this area, but also the potential viability of the buildings surrounding the street and their ability to function. There's been concerns about the, I'm going to say, natural surveillance in this corridor. And we could make arguments either way on that. But I have personally had the experience of walking through this space, and it has been fairly isolated. I hope that does not remain the case. I think we also have seen over the course of the last decade significant enhancements to other avenues, including Jasper Avenue. We've seen plans for promenade enhancements. We've seen 105th Avenue have some improvements, and currently 103rd Avenue, which is adjacent to City Hall here, is undergoing some improvements, all for the purpose of making a safer, more human-oriented streets. There also has not been a complete transportation impact assessment with this change or other changes accounted for, and that would be necessary for the purpose of this change. Having just completed the street, I heard from administration at committee and again through this conversation that if the street were to be closed permanently, it would require a realignment of the infrastructure, as it would have pedestrians crossing a bike lane. It also puts pedestrians adjacent to the train, which may have an unintended consequence related to safety. There's been talk about how the streetscape could be programmed, but the YMCA came to committee and they mentioned that, well, the space would be closed in front of their building. It would not create a safe space, for instance, for day camps to congregate or have activities. It has its own safety impacts here. I also hear from a lot of Edmontonians near and far to this space that there is a general construction and closure fatigue. I've heard overwhelmingly requests from the adjacent retailers to have a little bit of normalcy before we introduce more dynamism into the closures and the transportation network around this space. And I'm really cognizant that starting down the road of a bylaw will put a lot of onus on us under the Municipal Government Act. And so that brings me back to the question of, are we willing to put our money behind closing this road or behind closing a road that may be better suited for that purpose? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think this is a really cool idea. And I think that this actually is perhaps the best opportunity for that east-west car-free connector that would intersect with a north-south car-free connector generally along 110th Street. One can imagine a pedestrian and small-wheeled realm that connects the university to McEwen, connects Norquest through the Warehouse District Park to Churchill Park, Churchill Square. I think that there's I think there's a lot of benefit to it. I think many of us have had the opportunity to travel to other cities where there is a car-free realm that is really exciting and really animated. So I think this really is a great idea worth pursuing. But that's what I think. I'm not a fire expert. I don't know what the implications are on emergency services if we arbitrarily close a road and then start talking about it. I don't know if this is the best road or not, as Councillor Hamilton was suggesting. I don't know that if by building, by essentially restricting this to be a realm without cars, that we're going to see the animation from the local property owners. We haven't had a conversation with those local property owners. I think that and I don't see the urgency or the rush. I see an urgency and need to animate our downtown if we're going to enable our downtown to recover post-COVID. There are so many spaces right now that are not animated. Churchill Square being one, the Ice District being another, the space behind the library being a third. There's all kinds of places that need this energy and that quite frankly suffer when they don't have that animation and there's no other activity there. We've actually got a number of realms in our downtown that don't have the eyes and ears and feet on them, and we need to draw them back. And I don't know that it makes sense with urgency to add another space to the inventory when we're so challenged on the spaces we have in front of us. This space would make a really good connection, but not for 5 years until the next extension of the LRT actually is completed. So there is plenty of time to explore what this corridor might evolve into from what it is today. There's plenty of time to explore whether this is the right choice. And again, I think it is, because the LRT is going to be effectively that thing that potentially draws people to that avenue, but also that thing that makes it really hard to cross north and south across that, what will become in some ways a barrier, something to cross. And I think we really need to see how that actually works before we start evolving it. In other words, we should stick to our plan and see what we have now before we talk about changing it. And particularly when it comes to engaging and discussing what it might be and what it might be differently with the perspective of the people who own property immediately adjacent to it. So I will not be supporting this motion today. But should this motion fail, I would support a subsequent that says, let's have a good long look at this avenue, and let's have a good long look at other places in our downtown core that might be an expanded car-free realm that we can begin to program and we can begin to energize. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I wasn't initially on side with this motion, but since it initially was brought forward, I've heard from constituents on both sides of the conversation. I've heard from cyclists who want to get it open, and I've heard from those who drive vehicles that want to keep that vehicle access as a way to get around the downtown area. With it being just a temporary pilot project, and we have another decision point coming with the bylaw, I think, why not? Let's give it a try, see how we can activate the site, how people can use it, and maybe it's something that we can look at with further sort of a more fulsome investigation and assessment of the traffic flows when we're looking at the Warehouse Park project and how we can tie into that further down 102nd Avenue. So I've decided that I will be supporting the motion. And like I said, we've got that other decision point coming up with the bylaw when that's complete. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first I want to thank to the many, many people who have been advocating on this campaign on the multiple fronts. I love the idea of closed streets. I appreciate that closing the street for a pilot is an opportunity to take a risk and learn by doing and co-create a vibrant downtown together with key stakeholders. I know there's a lot of concerns about limited engagement, but it seems like a pilot might be a good time for that conversation. And as we've also heard through several conversations in this room by now, that closing a street isn't just as simple as putting some blockades up and expect the street to sustain that vibrancy by itself in the long term, organically. Lots of people have flagged other cities in Calgary, in Ottawa, for example, Stephen Avenue. But I think if we do look at those examples, street-facing businesses play a major role and hold the balance of fate for the entire street face on both sides of several blocks. I recognize that this amendment put here helps and encourages stakeholder buy-in and collaboration, which I think is quite fundamental to the success of this project in the long term. So I think it's a great motion on paper. I love the vision. I will also love it if we explored and consider other streets for pedestrianization, as mentioned by my colleagues. 102 Ave, even, eastward from 99th Street connecting to Macaulay and Chinatown. Why not? 104th Street, 108th Avenue, etc. So in fact, there are probably spots beyond immediate downtown, places that we haven't even considered. I question if this stretch is the best candidate, and I think that's a fair question. And I get it, doing a pilot would test that assumption. But this pilot does feel like a one-off, disconnected, and I think it's worth asking that question holistically about what other areas in the city would most benefit and support pedestrian-focused activities. I also think that there are a lot of nuances in this debate and holes on both ends of the argument. While pilots are interesting tools, this one in particular feels lacking in goals and objectives in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, how we measure them, and how we plan to scale. And without the opening itself, there are no benchmarks to assess a pilot to. And pilots historically at the city have been implemented to test prior approved visions. For example, scramble crossings to implement the Vision Zero. And city plan indicates 102 Avenue as a multimodal corridor. That rendering is in the plan. And so in terms of goals and objectives, if this is about downtown vibrancy and creating a destination, then let's find some right places for it. Let's explore tools like more accessible pop-up licenses and permits for creatives and artists and businesses. Make sure we make things easier for street vendors to operate. Let's make patios a permanent fixture in our downtown year-round. We also need to be sure that our partners' businesses, community leagues, community organizations, groups who will ultimately be responsible for some of the activation and ice on the street are fully on board to do the work to program and activate. And right now, we're vastly underestimating the amount of resources that is needed to make sure the street is programmed the way we truly want it to be in a viable and safe way. If this is really about climate change, because this street activation won't necessarily deter people from, driving around, instead, let's look at investing in a fully connected bike network and pedestrian networks and linkages, which are important but need to be tied to a larger connective strategy. Otherwise, again, it comes off as one-off. And to put all the eggs in this basket for these too few blocks, I don't think it's going to get the answer that we want. And I think sensationalizing the issue doesn't help. And if this is truly about experimentation, then let's do something on a much smaller scale that will give us quick, strong data on feasibility, desirability, viability, and community buy-in. And from a planning best practice perspective, we have a good design for shared streets that has clear demarcation for every mode. We should give that design that has been done some time with rigorous analysis and engagement a chance to create that baseline. If we are to pedestrianize portions of the avenue, then let's be careful about not spreading the resources too thin over a bigger area and instead focus in on and dedicate our energy on a smaller area and actually do a good job with it. I mean, there's an expectation that businesses will organically activate these streets. Repealing work and shifting directions like this at the nth hour will continue to shake the confidence and certainty that downtown recovery needs right now. And we won't necessarily have the business presence and support for that activation and ongoing natural monitoring and surveillance to sustain the animation for the street. Thank you, and that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I do believe it's so important for our city and provide that access to so many different groups, our Edmontonians, to enjoy their life, to improve our city's business and then economic growth and recovery. But the question come to my mind is this the way, the only way, or best way at this moment to do it? And then for this motion. And specifically, I do have a larger concern regarding the pilot. The pilot seems like they become very popular approach in our city to explore some future option and for certain project. And however, from cost-effective perspective, if we look at the cost for so many other pilots already happened, and actually is not fully reflect the outcome we would like to do. And then recently example is snow removal. Is there any different way and then to follow the professional suggestion, advice, and from administration? So I'm not expert, like Councillor Tim Cottonmill said, I'm not expert in the legal services. I'm not expert on the fire services and other services. And then if there's some concern brought in front of us and regarding this type of things, and then put our city on a certain risk, not only and from financial perspective, but how we achieve that long goal, the long-term goal, and we really want to provide that benefits to the entire city. So downtown is the area, like I would like to emphasize this again, and is not only and for the core area, and is actually and is the heart of our city, and for the entire city, for the entire Edmontonians. And then if we're going to build this type of area and to provide that pedestrian area and for our Edmontonians, I think we need to consider some other things, for example, safety, public safety. That is a big topic and hot topic right now. Our city puts so much effort and to resolve that issue, and before we move forward, create any other possible potential risk. And I think timing, and then I agree with administration, and then we need to resolve something first, and before we move forward, and for certain project. And another thing is about public engagement. The public engagements right now, we only did limited public engagement. And if we are looking at the heart of our city, and I think our Edmontonians and from citywide perspective deserve to have their say about how we do this moving forward. And with that say, I'm not going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the reasons we do pilots is because we don't have the answers to things. And a pilot is the way that we actually get those answers. We have many months here to establish sort of more clearly or with more granular detail what we want to see. And so I'm not concerned at all. In fact, we're not contemplating closing a road. We're contemplating opening one up as per the city plan 3.7, which says that we are going to have more people-friendly and pedestrianized roads and areas. So might as well start now. Might as well start in a place that is actually not even paved with asphalt. Like, it is almost custom-made for this purpose. It's actually phenomenal. So for people saying, man, maybe it's not perfect, I think it is. What we heard, or what I heard through conversations with folks from Chinatown, is that one of their concerns is that they feel that there's two Chinatowns, and it's been sort of separated, by this physical space. There's this old railway. And that causes a problem with activating either space fully. So if you can get rid of those barriers, even if they're conceptual barriers, then you have not only an opportunity, but actually pressure to activate spaces. So if we have a continuous, people-friendly and pedestrianized area all the way from City Hall to the back of the library, it seems to make a lot of sense that you would then want to put city effort into making that a viable space. Now, in 2007, in Slovenia, the city of Ljubljana, and I'm not pronouncing it correct, they closed 12 hectares of its city center to private cars. 12 hectares. Just 40% of residents approved, and a decade later, no less than 97% were against reopening to motor traffic. The quote, "None of us can really imagine cars ever staging a comeback in this beautiful spot." We have to stop with this idea of islands of people spaces and create contiguous and connected spaces. It's literally in our own city documents, connect Edmonton. Pedestrianization and people-friendly streets are proven time and time again, without doubt, to benefit the local businesses. Their profits increase because people stay around. I walk that street, and right now, it's closed, so there's not really a lot of people on it. But once it's opened, I think we can safely say that there's going to be more eyes on the street, and that leads directly to more downtown safety. There's a risk of cities getting locked in myopia or navel gazing or worry or wondering. I don't think that this is that city, and I don't think that this is that council. And it certainly isn't our communities who are asking for this. This is a limited time way to test out a great idea. It's causing no new disruptions. In fact, it's only opening up more and more. And if at the end of testing we find out, okay, well maybe we should adjust our approach, then we do that. That is a sensible way to proceed. But to close the door or push an idea back by a number of years that people are already asking for and that has been proven time and again in other municipalities to work doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. The people paid for this road. The people should be able to use it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks everyone for the comments. It's been really, as per usual, very thoughtful discussion amongst this group. I want you to reminisce with me for a moment. Let's go back in time to December 14th, 2009. Mayor Sohi may remember that day. That was a day that Council voted 12-1 in favor to officially close the road between Churchill Square and City Hall, 102A Avenue. So I want you to think about that space now, because if I made a motion today to reopen that corridor, how many of you would vote to support reopening that corridor to vehicles? My guess is probably none. It's actually become one of our best spaces, I think, for people to gather. We have festivals there regularly. We have different events that go on. You know, for some it's just a place for people to rest. Others to play some games, some chess and some checkers. I love that. The ping pong was a lot of fun. Seen some regular classes, Zumba, yoga taking place over the years. But it wasn't always like that, right? It was a space that was very different years before. It took time to get to that point. And I appreciate that this isn't necessarily an identical space in every way, so it's not fair to make it a direct comparison. But there are some similarities, and I think one I would flag is that, like 102A Avenue at the time, 102nd Avenue is not a commuting corridor, will never be a commuting corridor, because that is not a road that people can use to travel to and from their destinations, because of how that road is designed. The traffic volume on 102nd Ave is going to be just a few hundred cars in the morning and in afternoon rush hour, and that will never change. And the previous very limited traffic volumes have gone down even further after the bike lanes were installed. The traffic volume we're talking about is no more than a local road, because essentially this is actually a local road. And so I would suggest it's not, in fact, a citywide issue in the same way. And I think Councillor Paquette correctly noted that this is not a motion before us today to do a year-long pilot. This is a motion to draft a bylaw that in a couple of months, council will decide whether to do a year-long pilot. And that's important. I think that's an important distinction. And it would give us a couple months in our summer to let people try this out. And then we can reconsider that at the point in time. And if people really do hate it, I mean, great, then I'm going to not vote in favor of closing it down when the bylaw comes back, if truly that is the case. And I think that's the perfect order of operations. Back to this point of what's the right process to get there. I think this is actually the right process. We did that for Jasper Avenue, and actually thank goodness we piloted things on Jasper Avenue, because that wasn't the most popular series of changes, and so we've left it in a different state. The other thing I wanted to flag is I can't really recall in my time on council where we've ever been asked for that type of street activation plan for a new road that's opening up. I can't recall a time that we built a local road and said, let's pilot how this road works for 1 or 2 years and then see if we're going to keep that road open. And that's part of a bigger conversation about why we treat different modes of transportation differently, but it's something that I really reflect on in this. On just about 6 days, it'll actually be my 8-year anniversary of biking to City Hall. So I've used this road pretty much every day, twice a day for about 8 years. And before the bike lane was installed, worth really reminding folks, this was not a vibrant street 8 years ago, before the bike lanes were installed. Like, it's not like this was a road that everyone came to. It was a road that people drove through. And so I think we need to remember that when we're debating this idea, and I've heard some folks talk about that. And I will say, actually, when the bike lanes came in, I started to notice a bit of a shift. Again, very slow, but I noticed, more and more people there. I started running into more people on that road who were using that because it felt safer. From a Vision Zero perspective, it felt safer for me as somebody who biked. It felt safer for folks who were walking. So I'm actually going to agree with Councillor Cartmel and disagree with Councillor Salvador and say that this is a perfect road. I can't think of a better road to do this on than this one in terms of what it's going to connect people to. So I won't repeat Councillor Cartmel's point. And I'll just close by saying, I don't think I'm usually the one that likes to rush into ideas. I don't think I have that reputation. I'm usually one of the, let's get all of the details before we go. And I really don't see us rushing this decision. This has been closed for 4 years. I actually think we're overthinking this issue. And I think there's not going to be perfect timing for this decision, no matter what we do. And what better time to try it out when this road has been closed, when I think we can really, truly make this a place for people. So I hope we will support it. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you. Similar to Councillor Hamilton, I did speak at this committee, but I think given some of the arguments that were made today, I felt like there was a few other things that were prudent to add to this debate. Like many, I also agree that it's a phenomenal idea. I also agree that I would love to see this in the future, but I do think it's coming at a time where we haven't signaled enough notice to downtown stakeholders of this change in direction. I think it comes at a time when we are hearing that a pilot will be cost neutral, but look what the snow clearing pilot was supposed to be cost neutral too. That did not end up being cost neutral. And I am very skeptical that this will be, even if nothing else, the resources that administration will now be putting into doing this work to maybe decide whether we want the bylaw or not in September is still work that is taking away from other work that we have as priorities as a city. And I think that the dialogue that I'm hearing is around, people-centered versus cars. And I'm so tired of that conversation, especially with this roadway. This roadway was designed for all modes. Cars, LRT, bike, people walking or rolling, scooting. That's how it is currently designed. Let's let the design as it's been designed have a chance. Like Councillor Tang said, let's get a baseline. Let's see how this current design activates that space naturally. And I really do like the idea of having a plan going forward. And I would absolutely wholeheartedly support a look at how we can pedestrian or people center and close down roads to traffic in the future that is more holistic and looks at the bigger picture. I agree completely that from an environmental perspective, investing in path connectivity, where for right now, a lot of the residents in my ward can't even get to downtown via bike because the connectivity of active pathways is not there, but they want to, and I want to support them to do that. But again, I have to say at this point, where are we investing our resources matters. And this is not, if the conversation was close this road so that bikes could be there, that would be a different conversation for me than there is a design that includes bikes and pedestrians as well as cars. And I think that that's really cool and unique too. And I'd love to see what that does. I also heard the comment about Vienna, and I did a quick search. The average temperature in the winter in Vienna is as low as 0 degrees. The low in Edmonton in the middle of winter is, can be up to -30. We're not going to have the same activation of those streets in the dead of winter like comparatives of other European cities. That is not our local context. And I do agree with what is in the report about having cars will still provide eyes on the street. That won't be there in -30 without cars. And so I am absolutely an advocate and a champion for active modes of transportation. I'm absolutely keen on addressing our climate issues. I do not think that this is the right time or the necessarily right approach for how we activate and think about this space. And I don't agree as well with the now or never. I think that if we don't do it now, it does not preclude us in the future from doing that once we've had a fulsome conversation with emergency services, with the stakeholders in the area. So I also don't agree with that now or never argument. And so I will not be supporting this motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes all the members of council speaking. Before I go to Councillor Stevenson to close, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair, Mr. Mayor.
No, I am actually quite excited about this whole corridor from South Chinatown to connecting to Churchill Square, then 104th Street, Warehouse Park, further down to 109th Street and connecting over the high-level bridge to south of the city into Strathcona. I think we need to start reimagining these kind of opportunities, and this is one of those opportunities that, in my mind, that we need to reimagine. We will not be able to build this corridor all at once. So we need to take steps. This pilot will give us some learnings to look into and what works and what doesn't work as we potentially, I hope, in the future continue to expand this corridor. This corridor also provides a lot of absolutely pedestrian connection, but also opportunity to activate. But I do agree with some of the comments that we need to make sure that whenever we take these kind of steps, they're not in isolation, that they have to go hand in hand with the resources being allocated to bring more people to engage in activities, whether the food trucks, whether there are festivals, whether the patios. I think there has to be added resources to activate these kind of spaces. And as we vote on this, we should be very clear that we will be asking for probably requiring more resources because they would be needed, right? So I'm aware of that, and I'm fully supportive of that as well. I think we need to find ways to animate these places, and I agree with the other colleagues as well. There are other places that we need to activate, and yes, we should be activating those as well. That doesn't mean that we should not be looking for opportunities to create other spaces for activation. So I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to the results of the pilot and the engagement, further engagement with stakeholders. Yeah, thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
I return the chair.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'll take the chair back. Take the chair back. Go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much to everyone for the conversation. Yeah, I mean, this has been a really tricky one, and I appreciate the attention that everyone has given this decision. You know, I absolutely hear from the businesses their concerns and worries about this approach. They've faced immense challenges over the past 2 years and continue to face a number of challenges. I understand the instinct to sort of stick to what's familiar. At the same time, I'm just hearing so clearly from residents who are excited by this idea, who do want change, who do want a different way of being in the downtown and experiencing the downtown. You know, just creating a space that, yeah, through the pandemic, we realized we really need and want in our communities. As others have mentioned, the really exciting thing about a pilot is that instead of dealing with concerns in the abstract, we can test things out and figure out what we need to do to make it a really functional space for everyone. So that's what I'm excited about, that this isn't, a pilot isn't the end of the conversation, but actually the beginning of a much more detailed and informed conversation about what we need to do to make this a successful space. So I'm really excited by the opportunity. Really excited to continue the ongoing conversation with businesses and other stakeholders to make sure that this is a success. I'm excited for this to be a huge part of the downtown vibrancy that we want to see, having some of those activities take place and change the shape of our downtown. So I will close with that. Thank you all again so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the closing remarks. So please, I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes 6.9.
Could you check and see if there's any subsequent?
Yes, I will do that. Are there any subsequent motions arising out of 6.9? Just hold on. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to move that administration engage with local stakeholders to develop an approach regarding closed, car-free, and shared streets in downtown to enhance vibrancy, active modes, safety, and business activity, and return with a report including a streamlined approach for setting up temporary road closures to accommodate pedestrian and active modes, due 2023 Q4 to Urban Planning Committee.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. She was louder than Councillor Fouquet. So I'll take her with that.
I don't think it needs too much of an introduction. I think, you know, I agree with a number of my colleagues that there needs to be a larger conversation and a bit more of a focused conversation about what other streets might be good candidates for closed car-free or shared streets in our downtown. So I'll leave it at that, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang was more energized than Councillor Paquette. Right, so, yeah. Councillor Rutherford, you're next.
Yeah, just a few questions to administration and then the mover. I guess I'll start with the mover, actually. I was under the impression this was going to be a motion for an unfunded service package.
So that might be better directed towards administration. I think that the first go around would just be to get a report and get further information about what that approach might look like, with the possibility of talking about additional funding and resources that might be needed in the future.
Okay, so I guess to administration, when I read this motion and I think about the cost of engagement, and I see that it is basically work that I'm assuming will predominantly happen in 2023 as it's Q4 that it's due back. Yeah, I guess I'm just wanting your assessment of the resources required, both from a staffing and a financial perspective, based on what you understand of this motion.
Councillor Rutherford, we think we could do a local engagement with some of the stakeholders. We see this as a body of work that would really support the city plan as well as our climate plan. So it was being contemplated as part of our 4-year work plan for 2023 to 2026 already, but this motion on the floor would just front end that work.
And when you say front end, what would have, in lieu of what?
I don't have the answer to that question. Because we're working through our 4-year work plan right now. So that's, I'm not sure in lieu of what, but we do see this as an important body of work for implementation of the city plan and our environmental strategies.
Okay. Perfect. That's all I needed to know. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Ms. McCabe, I'm just wondering, does the body of work also encompass not just the downtown areas, but also out here in Wards Matapi? Because I've had people telling me that they would like to have these more walkable communities out here as well.
Yeah, great observation, Councillor Wright. At this point, it doesn't. However, when we come back with what an approach looks like, if it's council's will to look at this in other areas, then we could suggest how that could be done and the resources associated with that. At this point, we do not have resources to take this on beyond the downtown, and our recommendation would be to focus on the downtown first.
Okay, but if we wanted to include the non-downtown areas, could that be included as part of the service package for 2023, 2026?
That would need to be a separate motion if that was the will of council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may ask the mover, I was wondering if the mover had given some thought. I know there was concern about Winter Cities initiative flagged earlier, if there needed to be some factor in about that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think that, it's interesting to contemplate our climate compared to other winter cities across the world where, other cities have actually leaned into that and have taken advantage of that. I think we, with our winter city strategy at the City of Edmonton, have started to do that through things like lighting, different types of activations. I think it's actually an opportunity to explore what that might look like. So I don't see that as a barrier whatsoever. I think that having opportunities to activate in certain ways during the warmer seasons versus our winter seasons could add additional vibrancy. So I don't think that's a barrier, no.
I also wanted to know if and maybe admin could speak to this, if it'd be possible to get a sense of the cost savings as well too. I mean, if we, for instance, do close a road, over a multi-year period, what we would save in terms of cleaning and snow removal or maintenance or upkeep or wear and tear. I know we have, we're going to get to our operating outlook eventually, and we're in pretty dire financial situation. And if we're able to achieve some cost savings in these areas, it'll add up. It'd be nice to have the math though, just to show that, like if every block we close to cars could save X, Y, Z in expense.
Councillor Jans, I would suggest that would need to be added into the motion if you would like administration to do some analysis on that. I can't say one way or the other today if it would have a cost savings associated with it, because many times we need specialized equipment for active mode areas, but we would have to do that work.
Yeah, well, I don't want to derail this then. I think this is a good subsequent, and I'm happy to support it. But in the longer term, I'm quite worried about the amount of money we're spending on asphalt. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Just one question, and then I want to speak to it very quickly. I guess Ms. McCabe. So when we say a streamlined process for setting up temporary road closures, that will also take into consideration the resources required to not just activate through built environmental interventions, but also human capacity. For example, I'm thinking Churchill Square is animated, like through the Arts Council, for example. That's people, actively doing that. The Street Performer Festival is also people. So would that be part of the work in this then?
Yes, if you're talking about the process for allowing that to happen on the street. If the city was to lead all animation projects on any car-free street or active modes area in our city, it'll cost money to do that.
Yeah.
And this motion at this point doesn't contemplate what the operational costs are for the city to lead animations.
Okay. But I suppose part of your engagement, you will be kind of talking with stakeholders about who should be doing that and what is the city's role and kind of realistically what would it take?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I guess to the mover, do you foresee that kind of operational resource as part of this, or so far it's more just kind of a process-oriented motion? Sorry, this would be to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I think for the time being, this is definitely focused on the process side of things. I even think about making sure there's streamlined permitting processes in place for folks who want to do quick types of pop-ups or activations in these spaces. So it's definitely more on the process side, but I think there's an openness and willingness to have those conversations about operationalizing that and what that may look like in the future.
Yeah, and I just, very quickly, I'm very happy to support this because I feel like it answers a lot of the things that I raised earlier in my speaking time, and some of the the desires I heard from my colleagues who didn't necessarily support the previous pilot motion. And in terms of operationalizing this and the resources required, I also don't think that needs to be answered tomorrow. I think it's going to take some time to actualize a network, contiguous network of these types of road closures, activation, and animation. So, but this will at least gives us a bit of a roadmap to get there. So thank you for putting the subsequent forward. Happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question, during the downtown vibrancy strategy development process, is this work already happening?
This work is not already happening. However, administration, we're working on our 4-year work plan right now in the department. Actually, we have been working on it for quite some time. And we have identified this as a body of work that we need to do in our downtown to figure out how to have activated, animated streets to support downtown vibrancy. So I would say it supports it and that we would be prioritizing this work.
So if this local stakeholders engagement and this approach is not in place, and how we come with some strategy for that public. So I just I just want from efficiency perspective, if we already have the engagement, we already have some analysis work done, and in order for us to support that downtown vibrancy strategy development, that strategy is already development. Why do we need this extra work? So I try to figure out what's the difference, what's additional benefits could add to this. Work is already happening.
Councillor Rice, we would build on the work that's already happened, but this is an additional body of work to say, well, where is the best place in our downtown for a closed street? Where is the best place for us to have shared streets in our downtown? And the work of this motion would enable administration to be able to advise council on where those best locations are and then how we would animate them.
So the reporter will come back last quarter next year. How that look like from that time in that perspective? Why is it up that long time in that? Does that mean we don't need to consider any analysis results for the budget in 2023-26?
It will not impact the 2023 budget process. This was an identified body of work that we were going to do in the department over the next 4-year budget cycle. And by putting a timeline in on this, it sets that we would start that work in Q1 of 2023. There'll be no work done between now and then, or limited work done between now and then.
So we will use the existing resources,
Yes.
not request additional resources.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's my question. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions on the subsequent. I don't know if Councillor Salvador, you want to close?
I'm okay, Mr. Mayor.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, please vote.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any other subsequents on this? I'm seeing none. Our next item is 611, review of policy C607, retroactive municipal tax relief. This was exempted by Councillor Rice. This was at the executive committee. We had a very lengthy debate on this matter, and the committee recommended this, and I don't see any new information on this, and I'll go to Councillor Rice for her questions. Just hold on, Councillor Rice. Just give me 1 second, actually. Just give me 1 second. I'm just clicking on the report.
While that's happening, I feel like I officially should move to bring it forward technically, because 6.3, 6.4 would officially
We still,
be.
yeah, because we still have to do that.
But I think it's better to do this one now.
Okay.
I don't know, I went back and forth whether I should do it, but I feel like for good governance, I will move to bring it forward.
Okay. To bring forward 611, seconded by Councillor Paquette.
You read my
Please
mind.
vote to bring it forward. Okay, we have.
We have 10 votes, 11 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So this was a report from the executive, and I want maybe I'll go to Vice Chair of the executive to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm juggling some childcare duties right now, but happy to read that in. That revised City Policy C607A retroactive municipal tax relief as noted in attachment 1 of the June 1st, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report XCS 01139 be approved with the effective date upon approval.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice, you exempted this, so questions, please.
I don't have a question, but
Sorry,
all
can
the
we get a
questions.
seconder, Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
please?
sorry, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Knack. Yeah,
So I picked this one because I do have subsequent motion, but I didn't get the wording and from administration yet. So that is why I voted no to bring this forward.
Okay, so you don't have any questions, you have a subsequent on this?
Yes, and then but the wording, the final wording, and I didn't get from administration yet. That is why I voted no for bring forward.
So if we vote on this, this passes, can Councillor Rice come back later on when the wording is right to bring a subsequent on this?
Yeah,
Madam Clerk?
if that's your decision, absolutely.
Yeah, so you can bring it, you can work with administration to come up with the wording, Councillor Rice. Any other questions on this? Okay, see none, please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Good. Thank you. Councillor Rice, you can work with administration and we'll bring it back for subsequent motion. Okay, thanks. 611 is done. Now we are going into our bylaws.
I'll move we bring forward 7-4.
7-4 to be
Second.
brought forward. Councillor, second by Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So, okay, just 7.4. Here we go.
Would you like me to introduce it, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
So what you've got before you is bylaw 273, and it's ready for 3 readings. If you want to do that today, you need to pass consideration. The reason this was a must be selected is a little while ago, council asked us to create a code of conduct subcommittee. And so there are 4 fill in the blanks. And so at this point in time, we have some volunteers. I wasn't sure how you wanted to handle this. So step 1 would be to create the committee, and step 2 would be make the council appointments.
Don't know, is the volunteers mentioned here or no?
We typically provide that information in private.
Okay.
We're happy to put it in the chat for you, if that works, rather than go into private.
I don't know what the process be here. Councillor Hamilton, yes, so what?
I was going to suggest that because I think the city clerk has stated there's sort of 2 parts. One is to pass the bylaw. So if there are questions about pertaining to the bylaw or any provisions therein, ask those questions first. Then the second piece is who we appoint to those 4 committee positions. I guess a clarifying question to the clerk is, are there more than 4 people who have expressed interest?
I am just confirming that because I had some of the names and Kristen had some, so if you want to just say the answer, Kristen.
We just have 4.
There you go.
Okay, then perhaps, given that there's only 4, unless anyone, if anyone else wanted to serve on the Code of Conduct Subcommittee, I would then suggest we go in private to do the runoff. But if there are only 4, then perhaps the clerk could then drop them into the chat, and we can then vote to put those 4 people on. So 2 parts. One is the bylaw itself, and the second is who we appoint.
Okay.
And it's always a helpful idea for the chair just to call for last-minute nominations in case somebody didn't see our emails, but I've just shared the 4 names with you.
Okay.
So if you'd like to vote on the bylaw now.
Okay, any questions on part 1, which is the bylaw 2007 be given the appropriate readings? This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what was that?
you have any questions on the part 1?
No, none at all.
Okay, got it. Councillor Paquette?
Just a quick clarification. This committee will function like most other council committees, so if there are councillors who are not named to the committee, they are still welcome to attend.
Is that the case, Madam Clerk?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
got
no
it.
one has to have any fear of missing out here.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good, so that concludes the questions. Okay. Where did I lose this? There we go. Okay, come back here. Okay. Oh, wait a minute, I lost it again. Here we go, got it back. So this requires 3 readings, right?
If you would like to pass it within one meeting, then 4 votes are required. You'd have to pass the motion with consideration.
Councillor Cartmel, you get the honors for bylaws.
Well then, I will move that the bylaw 20073 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move that bylaw 20073 be read a second time.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of bylaw 20073.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Consideration for third reading. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20073.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are into the second part, that effective immediately the following councillors be appointed to the Code of Conduct Subcommittee. Councillors, so I don't have the names. They're in the chat. Can you just
Yeah, so
fill
I'm
those
happy
names?
to say, so it'd be Councillor Knack, Councillor Rice, Councillor Rutherford, and Councillor Salvador.
Okay. I see no questions. Any other nominations? Seeing none. All right, Councillor Cartmel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move. Oh, let's see, where did it go?
It's on the screen.
Oh, thank you. That effective immediately, the following councillors be appointed to the Code of Conduct Subcommittee. Councillors Knack, Rice, Rutherford, and Salvador.
Second by Councillor Salvador.
Second.
Okay, got it. All right, please vote. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote, Mr. Mayor.
Mine is not coming up, so yes for Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that deals with the 7.4. We need to bring forward 7.5, right, Councillor Knack?
I'll move that.
Second.
Councillor, second by Councillor Tang to bring forward 7.5. Please vote.
Yes for Councillor Principe.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We're just sending the vote out now. We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So, bylaw 19975. This was exempted by Councillor Knack. Is there presentation on this?
I don't need a presentation, and I selected on behalf of Councillor Cartmel, who wasn't there for the agenda selection, so happy to let him take the lead.
Okay, Councillor Cartmel, go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Councillor Knack. So I just had a couple of questions for Mr. Corbould, and that was that currently the Emergency Advisory Committee consists of all of council, but has a quorum of one. And I guess the one concern I had was that if this is reduced to just Executive Committee, then the pool from which that one can be obtained is much smaller. So, not to be too dramatic about it, but given that there might be some emergency that takes some councillors out of action, are we concerned that we have a diminished pool from which to select the quorum of one?
Yeah, I don't think so, Councillor Cartmel. I think, you know, we don't usually have a hard time getting access for those folks when needed. I would say that it's important to note that this recommendation is emanating from an audit that the Alberta Emergency Management Association did of the city, and they cited in their review of our system that it's not a best practice to have all of council on the EAC, and that they're recommending across the province that councils appoint an EAC that is a smaller number than all of council, and that is based, it was that recommendation, essentially like we would accept an auditor recommendation, and that was the spirit of putting this bylaw forward. And we figured with EAC and mirroring Executive Committee, we could get the attention of those folks if an emergency decision had to be made. And the last thing I'd say is the reason for it is just based on sort of, you know, decisive, nimble decision making, and their experience with all of council always weighing in has sometimes been it slows up the decision making process. So that's the spirit of the recommendation based on advice from AEMA. We don't have to follow that advice. Council, if council chose they would prefer to have all of council on it, that's certainly a workable way forward.
Well, an apprehension I have, Mr. Corbould, is that, you know, in those circumstances, I might want to render a vote, and I would not be able to do so. And those, you know, are very, I don't know, potentially dramatic and pretty deeply meaningful decisions. I'm not sure I would want to be sitting as a bystander watching other people vote on my behalf.
Yeah, that's a fair point. The only thing I would say is that, you know, in the example of the pandemic, for example, I'd say most of the controversial issues were associated with bylaws, and those bylaws still have to be made at council, which they were during the pandemic. The one real critical decision is declaring a state of local emergency, which can be done by EAC and can be done with a quorum of one. Theoretically, it could be one councillor. And those are usually required in emergency circumstances. So I understand your point, and we're happy to go with will of council.
Yeah, I circle back to the, I should watch my presumptions or generalities here, but when we talked about the Emergency Advisory Committee and our emergency response generally, before the pandemic, it was really considering very immediate circumstances of terrorism or threats, perhaps threats against the mayor or councillors or both. It was not necessarily with consideration to an ongoing, somewhat endless pandemic kind of situation. And I guess that concerns me that you know, there might be two persons present, but only one person has a vote. There might be only one person present and they can't vote. That kind of stuff. I really have an apprehension around reducing the pool without at least some further examination of that, of the potential consequences that might carry. Understanding that I get it, it's a recommendation, I understand your motivation, I'm not being critical, but I'm just not sure we've thought it all the way through.
If I may, Councillor, one of my team members has reminded me that the mayor always remains a member. So even if you have, you know, a committee, you either have the mayor or deputy mayor, that kind of thing. So I think you've got coverage there.
I think in the end it comes down, this is a recommended best practice, but if council doesn't feel comfortable with that, you absolutely have the right to not accept that best practice recommendation from AEMA. And either way, we will get things done from an emergency management perspective. So I'm not, you know, whatever council is most comfortable with.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cole.
Councillor Knack?
No question.
Sorry, there we go. No questions, just looking to speak to it. And I'm not going to put it on the floor because I'm not going to be supportive, so.
So if this is going to be contentious, then I just, maybe I need to see the chair to Councillor Paquette, right, Councillor Paquette. Like if this is going to be contentious and there's no, I mean, the best practices argument, but I also hear Councillor Cartmel's argument that, you know, if that kind of situation arises, you want to articulate your position and your values on behalf of the people you represent, right? So it's important that that inclusion, that inclusiveness of all councillors is reflected, right? So it's not a big, if it's not a big deal, we can continue what we have, right?
Well, I would say it depends on what happens. Again, best practice federally, I'm sure you would recall, Your Worship, there was a emergency management committee of cabinet. It wasn't always committees, cabinet, and I would say that at the provincial level, there was a subcommittee of cabinet that would make emergency management decisions. So I don't think it'll be a huge deal either way, and we effectively got through the pandemic without sitting this, but it'll continue to be a recommendation from AEMA that we will reject if we choose not to accept the recommendation, and I don't think it'll be too controversial. And I would argue that the way we balance that off is with our quorum of one, with council, with a quorum of one, we, you know, theoretically, we can make a decision with one, if one councillor is at the meeting, because I can call a meeting, as long as I have one councillor there, we can make a decision based on that.
Yeah. But the concern is that if non-executive committee members are available and they want to articulate their position, they are excluded. They can articulate their position, but they're excluded from voting on it.
Yeah, much like all the other committees, they can operate. My only concern would be if we spend too much time at council trying to make a decision that really needs to be expedited. That's easier to do for sure with an executive committee than it is with 13 councillors. So.
And those are your concerns as well, Councillor Knack? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So is there a way for you, us going to send it back to you, you come back?
Well, I can just move receipt of information.
Receipt for information, then don't move ahead.
Yeah, if this is the recommendation, if you don't want to accept it, then it's the will of council, and we'll keep going.
I'm sensing some concerns about accepting it or changing it. So, anyways, we receive for information. Councillor Wright?
I was thinking of an amendment, but if we just receive for information, I'm fine with that and have it reworked.
Okay. Will someone move that we receive for information?
I'll move receipt of information.
Second.
Second by Councillor.
Just for clarity, I'm not going to rework anything if it's received for information. We'll just keep on with status quo.
That's good. Okay. All right, information, received for information. You want to speak to it, Councillor Knack? Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor Sohi. I do still want to speak to it because I know it's rare for us to vote against bylaws, so I do appreciate the question sort of set up why we should do that, but I do just want to echo the points that from a governance perspective. I appreciate that, you know, this council, we are an inquisitive bunch, and so some of our meetings have gone a little longer than normal, maybe this one as an example, but I also appreciate that I think any council, regardless whether it's this council, past councils, or future councils, will know that when we are truly in an emergency circumstance where there's something that requires immediate attention, there's going to be that understanding of whoever is sitting at this table that a prompt, immediate decision will be needed to allow for the folks who are experts to do their work. And yet, I think it's still important to have every member of council be able to vote, because to declare a state of local emergency is a very significant vote. It is not one that should be taken lightly. And while I appreciate that other members of council could have expressed their concern if it was just committee, I don't think a decision like that should be done without the full authorization of council, even if it's not unanimous, but it should be voted on. So to Councillor Cartmel's points, to your point, Mayor Sohi, I think it is actually, while I know why they might have made the recommendation from the provincial side, this is a small enough group that I think those decisions can be made very quickly in that circumstance if that were to ever happen, and hopefully we never run into that. But we benefit from having the value of everyone and being able to vote on all of our decisions that are significant, and there is no more significant decision than that. So that's why we should receive this information and just let it go. So.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmel, you want to close?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Received for, carried, and received for
And for the
information.
record, I both accepted and returned the chair. For the minutes.
I took the chair back long time ago. Okay. All right. We are back. Sorry, we need to bring forward 7.6
I'll
as well.
move that.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding that?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, please to bring forward 7.6.
We're just waiting for 3 votes. Just waiting for 1 more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So this is also, Madam Clerk, your bylaw, right?
Yep, just
So you want-
some quick housekeeping amendments that have been brought forward, and it was selected by Councillor Knack.
Okay. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yes, so my question really stemmed from the way this new bylaw is written. It would absolutely require, without any exception, a member of council, if they're participating virtually they would be required to turn on the camera when they speak. Now, while I think that is absolutely excellent practice, and we should work to lead by example, I do think, and maybe even during today's meeting, we've had examples of where folks might not be able to turn on the camera because they're dealing with childcare, they're dealing with some type of exceptional circumstance. And so I guess my question is there a way to, I don't want to overcomplicate it either, because I was originally thinking, could we ask the mayor to essentially approve that, but that feels poor. So your thoughts?
Just to clarify, it's not if you're participating virtually, it's if you're participating using the video link.
Correct.
So we vary so if a counselor is unable to, hypothetically, they're driving down from another place up north and they've phoned in, you're not participating by video link, therefore you're not required to turn your video camera on.
So I agree, except even take my example of when I was driving back from Grand Prairie. I like to participate virtually because it allows me to see everyone else. But I could understand leaving my camera on so you get to see the bumpy ride was probably not an ideal circumstance. And so I'm wondering if there's a way. I'm wondering if we absolutely need that. I think that is best practice. I think that should be understood amongst council, but I'm not sure I would like to see it absolutely in a bylaw. So if there's is that an option to potentially remove that part around 13?
Yeah, these are your rules.
Yeah.
I just would like them to be crystal clear and understood by all 13 of you, and happy to amend as you see fit.
Perfect. I think you had actually sent me wording a few, like last week, which is long since gone in the chat. Do you still have the updated wording of what that might look like?
So if I can just clarify, the only part that you're wanting to remove would be under electronic meetings, section 13, and it would be section 4. And it would just say that if you're participating during council, we would just remove that, we would just strike that section.
Okay, I think I'm happy to move everything else, but with that change. So I think I need to first move to amend that before we would do 3 readings.
It'd be helpful if we just got clarification from council on the amendment, then you can pass the bylaw.
Okay, so I would make that amendment, Mr. Mayor Sohi, and that we strike section 13.4 from that.
Attachment 1?
Yeah, so attachment 1 is the bylaw, and attachment 2 is the red line version. And I think MJ's written an amendment for you.
There we go, that section 13.4 be deleted is what I would move.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice.
And again, just to be very clear in my intro, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think it should be best practice. I think it should be understood amongst members of council that we do everything possible to be on video when we are participating by the video link, when we are speaking in particular. But there are exceptional circumstances, and I don't want to set up too rigid of a bylaw that doesn't recognize different life challenges that could exist. So that's why I brought this forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have amendment. Let's deal with the amendment first. Any questions on the amendment, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just to speak in favor of it, as I am currently experiencing, you know, I agree that best practice should be having our cameras on. But again, if someone can participate by phone and their face not be visible, I feel that it's fair to have that allowance potentially for folks who are attending by virtual link as well, who may want to, again, to be visible to others. Thank you.
Thank you. For the Councillor Rutherford, questions or speaking on the amendment?
No, I was trying to delete myself. Thank you.
Okay, got it. So please vote on the amendment.
Just one more vote, Mr. Mayor.
It didn't come up for me. I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So with amended motion?
I can move that we do first reading of bylaw 19874, Mr. Mayor, as amended.
Second.
Okay, second by Councillor Tang. Any questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of the same bylaw.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We're just sending the vote out just now. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading on the same bylaw.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang for consideration. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of bylaw 19874.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We have motions pending, then we have 9-2 as well, right, Madam Clerk?
Yep, still motions pending, 9-2 and then 6-3 and 6-4. Just before we break for lunch, could you give an indication of the order that you would like to see these items dealt with so administration can plan accordingly?
A regional update is how critical that is. We can go back to our normal schedule because we have the whole afternoon then.
Your worship, actually, since we first tabled this, there's been a lot of work done with the commission, so there's some changes. So if we didn't actually get to it today and had it next Monday, that would be fine as well, because we could update the presentation with the new information the region commission has provided.
Okay, good. That's good.
Would you like to bring that forward and refer that to the next council meeting?
Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll move to bring item 9-2 forward with the purpose of moving it off to the next council meeting.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote to bring it forward.
Just waiting, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll move that item 9.2 be referred to
Referred back
the June 20th City Council meeting.
June 20th, second by
Second.
Councillor Knack.
So just for clarity, it's going to be referred back to administration to come so that Mr. Seabrook is able to update the presentation rather than postpone it in its current form.
So referred back to bring back an updated report. Good, okay, got it. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we will come back to item 6.3 and 6.4.
Yeah, or do you want to do your motions pending? Which would you prefer, just so we can let administration know if you're starting with this? Yeah, I know the city manager had asked to make sure that there was enough time to deal with that item. There are two motions pending that if you do not get to them today, they cannot be laid over for a third time. So you have some time pressures either way.
Yes, there's, which one are those? 8?
8.2 and 8.3 must be dealt with today. They cannot be laid over.
But the procedurally though, I just want to get it right. I know we can bring it forward. But procedurally, we usually deal with motions pending until once we conclude our agenda, right?
That has been your customary practice, yes.
Yeah. So what would be the process if these two motions are not dealt with? Then they have to be reintroduced again?
Yes, just like Councillor Cartmel had to do at the last meeting, so yeah. So you've got lots of options that we're just looking to get clarity on what items you're going to be dealing with, in which order, so we can let administration know.
I would be hesitant to, as a chair, to make exceptions, because then we would have to, like, how we determine which motion is less important than the other, right? If the procedure is that we need to deal with at the end of the agenda, then I think we follow the procedure to deal with them at the end of the agenda. If time doesn't permit, then they would have to be reintroduced. Otherwise, we will be introducing a whole bunch of discretion, in my mind at least. But there's always exceptions that the council can make. So in my mind, we would start back at 6.3. And administration is available for that, right? Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Thanks. Sorry, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just note that there's 5 motions pending today.
Yeah.
2 notices of motion that were made at public hearing. Emails that we've all received that indicate, by my count, 4 or 5 notices of motion that at least one councillor wants to make today. If we don't start dealing with motions, we're going to have 10 or 12 motions at the next meeting, and it's been the habit of this council to not finish council meetings. So sooner or later, we got to get to the motions.
Yep. Or not make as many. Right. Because that's my understanding.
Well, okay, so if this is a strategy, then.
No, it's not a strategy. Otherwise, we would not be able to finish the agenda that established by the administration. That's my concern, right? Yeah. Because that agenda always has a priority, right? Unless we decided otherwise. So I hear you, absolutely, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll be back after break.
I see Councillor Wright on the board, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Wright?
I'm sorry, I know we're past time here, but if we don't finish our agenda today, do we run the risk of bringing it forward to tomorrow as well and conflicting with urban planning?
No, unless somebody, what was the motion that was made the other day?
Okay. Otherwise, it just ends. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just a potential solution. I know we all have a lot of questions, as Councillor Knack alluded to, which is not a bad thing, but perhaps over the lunch hour, folks consider what kind of questions they want to ask in the afternoon and whether those questions will fundamentally change our understanding of what we're voting on. And additionally, perhaps ask themselves if there are some questions that are better left to personal research or to talking with administration sort of one-on-one or through email that because they may not actually be as important to the public deliberation. So that might be something that council might want to consider for this afternoon and going forward.
Thank you. Okay, all right, we'll be back at 1:30.
Just a friendly reminder to limit debate is 2/3 present. Second round is majority rules. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you use your mic? There is a very robust presentation from administration, yes.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order, and I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we have item 6.3 and 6.4 cross-referenced, and administration will have a very robust presentation. These are information reports. I will highly recommend to all of us that we do a one round of questions to administration, and then we proceed ahead with our next item. Because this, there'll be many opportunities as we get into further budget discussions to ask questions, and there'll be a lot of opportunity for offline to ask questions as well to administration. So I would highly recommend that we get through our agenda and we limit our questions on this report to one round for everyone. All right, over to administration.
Good afternoon. The operating and capital investment outlook documents that are before you today are a longer-term look at the city's finances. They provide an outlook for the next 10 years, 2023 to 2032, and demonstrate the challenges we are to face as we develop the 2023 to 2026 capital and operating budgets. Today, we will walk you through the highlights of these two documents to set the context of the 2023 to 2026 budget development. These reports are before you for informational purposes. We're not looking for any firm decisions from you today, but your thoughts are welcome. We are in challenging times and difficult decisions will need to be made. Today, we're here to prepare you for what lies ahead. With the first few slides, we will set the context for our current economic forecast and provide a foundation for how municipal taxes impact the average household and how the city uses the funds collected to strategically advance the city in a direction that meets the needs of Edmontonians now and into the future. We will then share a high-level overview of what we've heard so far from the public before moving into a more detailed review of the investment outlooks and what they mean for the four-year budget. Our economy is a key input into decision-making about the budget. Among other things, it tells us both about costs we'll face as a municipality and the costs that Edmontonians are facing. Right now, inflation is an important consideration for the budget. There is still significant price acceleration, which initially started in 2021, with pressures coming from pandemic-related factors like supply chain disruptions. The Russian-Ukraine conflict added to price pressures for select energy and food commodities and lifted inflation expectations over the short term. Consumer inflation is predicted to gradually ease to the 2% range by the end of 2023 and hold within the range of 2% over the balance of the 10-year investment outlook horizon. Non-residential construction inflation is predicted to gradually ease in 2023 and will be within the 2 to 2.5% range over the balance of the same 10-year horizon. Even though price pressures are expected to ease, there's no guarantee that prices will see a reversal, particularly for non-residential construction. Another important economic indicator is our growth. This chart shows year-over-year growth in inflation-adjusted gross domestic product, or GDP, for Edmonton. What it shows is that Edmonton's economy is still in recovery mode. In 2020, there was a deep contraction in real gross domestic product from the economic impacts of the pandemic, and in 2021, economic activity rebounded. On balance, there is still some room for recovery, but we are predicting that real GDP will recover to pre-pandemic levels by the end of this year. Beyond 2022 and over the 10-year forecast horizon for the CIO and the OIO, growth is expected to moderate, especially when compared to pre-2015 growth rates. One of the contributing factors is that while our population is expected to continue growing, the pace of growth will slow and the aging of our population will be more noticeable. Low to moderate rates of real GDP growth are also reflect much slower rates of employment growth, which may impact income growth for some households. Layered on top of our outlook is uncertainty with regards to federal grant funding. We're also in an environment where prices have been accelerating. Although we are expecting the rate of price growth to ease, as indicated on the previous slide, prices may not reverse course. If prices remain high, even with more stable rates of growth expected over the horizon, this will erode the City of Edmonton's purchasing power in its capital program. Within the context of inflation and economic recovery, tax tolerance is important. We know that both the city and Edmontonians are facing increased costs, which make it more challenging to strike the right balance between providing the excellent services that so many Edmontonians count on and keeping taxes affordable. The City of Edmonton is limited in its taxation authority, and it relies heavily on property tax to fund the 73 programs and services delivered to Edmontonians. Edmontonians pay a variety of taxes to all three orders of government. For a typical two-income, owner-occupied Edmonton household, for each dollar paid in taxes and fees to the government sector, approximately 65 cents is paid to the federal government, 26 cents to the province, and just under 9 cents to the city. Of the 65 cents paid to the federal government, 42 cents is for income tax, 16 cents is for Canada Pension Plan and Employment Insurance, 6 cents is for GST, and a little over 1 cent for other federal taxes, which includes excise on gasoline and taxes, excise customs duties on alcohol, tobacco, and gaming. Of the 26 cents paid to the provincial government, 21 cents is for income tax, 3 cents is for various other taxes, including taxes on insurance premiums, excise on gasoline, and taxes and excise on alcohol, tobacco, and gaming. For each dollar of taxes paid, 2.7 cents is for provincial education property tax. For each dollar paid in taxes, the smallest portion is paid to the municipal government sector, with 8.9 cents paid in municipal property taxes and utility fees. Of this 8.9 cents, 6.4 cents is for property taxes and 2.5 cents is for utility fees. Property tax is the primary revenue source for the city to deliver a full suite of services that will be discussed in the next couple of slides. And it's important to note that while the figures presented on this slide are from 2016, and we will provide an updated analysis when we complete the budget, we are not anticipating that these percentage allocations will significantly change. This chart shows a breakdown of household spending for a typical two-income, owner-occupied Edmonton household. Taxes paid to the federal government account for 21.7% of all spending. Taxes paid to the province account for 8.9% of all spending. And taxes and utility fees paid to the city account for 3.1% of all spending, with 2.2% attributed to property tax and 0.9% to municipal utility fees. We are carefully considering our share of these household expenses as we develop the budget. We know that rising prices in all aspects of life, including fuel, housing, utility costs, food, and insurance, everyone is seeing a decrease in purchasing power of $1. While the tax and utility payments to the city are among the smallest expense categories incurred by a typical household, the city provides excellent value for dollar, as illustrated on the next slide. With that average 2.2% expense, Edmontonians receive community services, including recreation facilities, public libraries, parks, and golf courses, attractions like the Valley Zoo, the Metard Conservatory, Fort Edmonton Park, public transit, snow and ice control and roadway maintenance, police, bylaw enforcement, and fire rescue services, support for the vulnerable population, and the infrastructure required to support all of those services. And as administration, we take our role very seriously to ensure that we are using these resources responsibly and effectively to advance our goals and strategies to meet the needs of citizens now and into the future. In order to ensure we're moving in the right direction, we have a number of guiding documents that we align to when building the corporate business plan and four-year budget. Connect Edmonton sets the direction for our future and outlines where the city needs to change today to realize our vision for Edmonton in 2050. It has 4 10-year goals that will be revisited in 2028. The city plan outlines the choices we need to make to realize Connect Edmonton as our population grows to 2 million. In turn, these documents inform how we decide our actions and allocate resources in the 4-year planning and budget cycle, which is decided through the corporate business plan and the operating and capital budgets. As stated earlier, the operating and capital investment outlook documents provide an overview of the city's finances for the next 10 years, 2023 to 2032. This information is used as another tool to inform our actions for the next 4 years. I will now turn it over to Ms. Owen to discuss what we've heard from Edmontonians.
Thank you, Ms. Padbury, and thank you, Council. Good afternoon. The baseline research we've completed so far is helping us to set the stage for public engagement to start later this month. It's important to remember that the 4-year budget is part of the city's strategic framework. Its purpose is to bring the city plan to life, and because that plan was developed through broad and comprehensive public conversations, the purpose of budget engagement is to check in on how much and how fast Edmontonians would like to implement that vision. We often refer to this as the how far, how fast factor. We have started our work by trying to better understand Edmontonians' perspectives on the city's financial and budget matters. We've recently conducted some qualitative and quantitative research to learn more about Edmontonians' perceptions of the overall value they feel they receive from their tax dollars and their perspectives on their tax bills. Our primary focus was to better understand the kind of information that Edmontonians need about how their tax dollars are put to use, but we also gathered information that will be helpful to Council in your budget discussions. The study consisted of 5 focus groups with Edmontonians, including homeowners, renters, and multi-generational home residents, newcomers, business owners, and commercial property owners. Using the input from these discussions, we then conducted a survey of 1,006 participants using Leger's online panel. An executive summary of this research and key themes of what we heard will be provided to you and to the public within the next 4 weeks. These are just the preliminary results to help inform today's discussion. In our survey, we found that for the majority of questions, responses fell into a fairly even 3-way split between positive, neutral, and negative opinions. This rather large neutral ground is both important to keep in mind during decision-making and an important opportunity for the city. The fact is that there are many Edmontonians who may not have the time or interest to think about city services and issues enough to form an opinion. This is not necessarily a bad thing. For many Edmontonians, the city may be providing the services they want without them having to worry too much about it. Saying that, this group may become more interested and engaged in city building if we provide information to them simply and easily. Whenever we see neutral numbers, we see an opportunity for positive conversion through the delivery of great service and clear value. Specifically, in answer to the question about receiving value for their tax dollars, more than 2/3 of Edmontonians feel either neutral or positive about the value they receive for those dollars, both personally and as a community. This result also illustrates the reality of delivering public services. Many of the services the city provides are of use to only some communities, be they geographic communities or communities of interest. Not every Edmontonian will benefit from every service, which can affect individuals' perception of overall value. For instance, people who don't own dogs may not see the value in off-leash parks, or a retiree may not see immediate value in small business grant programs. These are hypothetical examples, but they illustrate the idea that for all of us, we may not have the bandwidth to look beyond our direct needs and interests. I do want to note, though, that participants also said that while they don't personally use all city services, they appreciate that we provide social support services to Edmontonians who need them. Our research participants had a good understanding of the kinds of services the city provides, and they expressed that they generally believe they receive value for their taxes because they see their taxes at work every day. They were able to contextualize and relate to how those dollars are being spent. In the survey results on this slide, we see positive perception of tax dollars going to support a good quality of life and providing the services that people want. This also shows that we should focus communication efforts on making sure that Edmontonians are very aware of all the opportunities for engagement in decision-making and should know how much of our plans and strategies are based on direction from our residents. In the focus groups, participants were clear that they view municipal taxes as a necessity and are generally fine to pay their taxes provided they see a return on their investment. They expect taxes to go up year over year. They said they understand that costs of everything increase year over year, and they do not expect taxes to be immune. In the survey, the largest group of respondents, 33%, expressed a preference of limiting tax increases to the amount needed to account for inflation, with services staying at the same level. The next largest group opted to hold taxes steady, with the understanding that services would be reduced. We also asked the survey participants what a reasonable annual tax increase would be, and interestingly, their suggestions averaged to 1.9%, which is exactly the 2022 tax levy increase. When asked what the actual increases have been in past years, participants thought that they were much higher than they actually have been, with responses averaging out to 4.8%. This contradiction speaks to the time and attention that the average person has available to them to focus on City of Edmonton news and information, and the long-standing challenge, and I reiterate, opportunity to get accurate and compelling information out to our residents. To sum up what we know so far, a large proportion of Edmontonians are positive or neutral about the value they receive for their tax dollars, which is actually a fairly strong starting point. There's a belief that in terms of what they see, the city's budget provides the services they need and a high quality of life. Of course, the opportunity embedded here is to turn far more of those neutral opinions into positive ones, and as your administration, we accept that challenge. About a third of Edmontonians feel less positive about the value they receive. In our engagement conversations later this month, we'll delve deeper into understanding which services Edmontonians prioritize for spending and what their value concerns may be. Our next phase, engagement activities, will kick off later this month. We'll promote opportunities to participate extensively, and we will provide council with communication materials to share with Edmontonians and encourage a good turnout. I'll now turn it over to Jody Graham to present the Capital Investment Outlook. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. The purpose of the Capital Investment Outlook, or the CIO, is to provide a longer-term view of the City's capital program, taking into account the points on this slide. As discussed previously with Council, administration has taken a different approach to the CIO this year. The 2023 to 2032 CIO is at a much higher level document than previous budget cycles. It is intended to be used as a tool to provide the strategic direction necessary for administration to return in October with a prioritized 4-year capital budget and also a 10-year capital spending plan. The addition of the 10-year capital spending plan, that will accompany the four-year budget is also a new change to the capital budget process for the new cycle. This slide provides the definitions related to the terms of the capital funding that you will hear throughout this presentation. They are here today simply as a reminder as we went through these with you on May 9th. This slide also provides definitions to terms for capital projects and programs you will see throughout this presentation, and again are just simply here for a reminder for you today. This council will oversee the construction and completion of a number of already approved capital projects. In fact, there are over $4 billion of approved capital spending over the next 4 years, in addition to any capital projects council approves throughout the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations. Of this amount, $3.83 billion is approved for growth projects. This growth includes transformational projects like the Valley Line West LRT project, the Capital Line South LRT extension, and the Yellowhead Freeway conversion project. The pre-approved 2023 to 2026 growth also includes 5 significant projects that this current council advanced at the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment and at a recent April 2022 capital budget update report. These projects were the Lewis Farms Community Recreation Center and Library, the Coronation Park Sports and Recreation Center, the Ambleside Maintenance and Operations Integrated Site, the Valley Zoo Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2, and the Edmonton-Strathcona County Pedestrian Bridge. These 5 projects represent roughly 14% of the total pre-approved growth funding for 2023 to 2026. The city also has $207 million pre-approved renewal projects. Since you will see in the following slide that we have a significant pressure in the renewal program and will be seeking council's input on how you want us to proceed concerning the area of capital requirements. In the 10-year CIO, the total projected available funding is $10.8 billion, including $7.2 billion of constrained funding and $3.6 billion of unconstrained funding. In addition, $4.6 billion of funding has been committed to existing capital projects, leaving a combined $6.2 billion available for all remaining growth and renewal investment from the 2023 to 2032. Of this amount, $3.1 billion is constrained for specific purposes and $3.1 billion is unconstrained. A detailed breakdown of the specific funding sources that make up the constrained and unconstrained categories is provided in the capital investment outlook. It is important to note that the numbers in this table for constrained federal and provincial grants include only funding already approved within the existing capital budget. It does not include projections for additional constrained grants in the future, as there is not enough certainty surrounding future grants to be included at this time. The next 2 slides provide details on amounts of debt capacity remaining for the city over the next 10 years. First, the graph shown here illustrates the amount of total debt in the city's balance sheet since debt was introduced as a capital funding strategy in 2002. The blue line represents actuals, while the purple line towards the top right corner represents the forecast based on future debt that has already been approved by council. Overall, total debt has grown from $393 million in 2002 to $3.5 billion in 2021 and is projected to grow to $4.9 billion by 2025 before consideration of any new debt in the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. This last slide on debt capacity with 2 graphs and 1 table. The graphs at the top of the slide show the amount of debt room remaining under the Municipal Government Act, or MGA, total debt limit, and the Debt Management Fiscal Policy, or DMFP, tax-supported debt servicing limit. The blue bars on both graphs represent the amount of actual debt and debt servicing for projects currently approved, and the red lines represent each of the representative debt limits. For the MGA total debt limit graph on the left, an additional dotted red line has been shown representing 75% of that limit. Increasing our debt could trigger a credit review and negatively impact our credit rating. The table at the bottom of the slide shows how much new debt in dollar values could be approved over the next 10-year period before reaching each of the city's 4 debt limits. While it remains the case that the city continues to operate within the legislated debt limits, the increased use of debt in recent capital budget cycles has been significant and cannot continue at the same pace in future capital budget cycles without encroaching on the city's internal debt limits. Under the most restrictive limit, the city would only be able to borrow an additional $621 million of tax-supported debt over the 2023 to 2026 period before reaching the internal debt management fiscal policy limit. We will now move on from discussing future funding to discussing the projected cost to deliver infrastructure over the period of the CIO, starting with the city's total renewal program and its asset inventory. The City of Edmonton, as of the year 2020, had a total asset replacement value of $31.6 billion, as seen to the left of this slide, more than triple the $10.3 billion value reported in 2003 Infrastructure Inventory Report. Increases in this value reflect the expanding inventory of assets as the city has grown and as construction cost escalated. During this period of growth, the city has also managed to improve its overall asset condition, measured in percent as assets in D and F condition. This has ranged from 16% in 2011 to 9% in 2020, as shown in red on the image to the right. Renewal projects focus on making the most of existing capital assets. The process of deciding what to fund and what to degree in the renewal framework is achieved through the customized asset assessment methodology. The Risk-Based Infrastructure Management System, or RIMS, which the city developed, investing in renewal begins with a comprehensive understanding of the nature, scope, and state of all city assets. The RIMS process is used to assess the high-level rehabilitation needs of the city's assets, allowing for the wisest allocation of renewal funds. At the core of this process is a standardized rating system used to evaluate existing infrastructure assets. Assets are routinely evaluated and prioritized based on physical condition, impact to service delivery, and risk. The model uses an asset current physical condition, target physical condition, renewal investment options and costs, and expected life cycle deterioration curve to model the effect of different investment options and their timing throughout the asset's life. An example of one consideration, level of importance, is shown in the table on the current slide. The output of this process is a high-level budget allocation by asset type without the constraints of funding available, resources, and industry capacity, which we call the RIMS ideal. The preliminary RIMS model recommended an ideal 10-year renewal investment of $9.1 billion. While including the investment amount for complementary and opportunistic growth investments made on renewal projects of $1.2 billion, the total of a 10-year investment of $10.3 billion. Of the total $10.3 billion investment required to reach the ideal investment level, $2.3 billion has dedicated constrained funding sources, and $207 million has already been approved by previous council decisions. This leaves $7.8 billion in funding that would be required to reach the ideal investment level. Historically, the funding for this remaining investment has mostly come from the city's unconstrained funding sources. As shown in previous slides, there is only $3.1 billion in total unconstrained funding available for both renewal and growth over the 10-year period in the CIO. This means that even if 100% of all unconstrained funding went to the renewal program and zero allocated for growth, the ideal investment level for renewal would only be funded at up to 54%. The CIO tells a story about how the renewal program is facing significant funding pressure. The reason for this large gap between the ideal renewal investment and funding available are the increase in renewal costs and the decrease in available unconstrained funding compared to previous cycles. Increased renewal costs are due to an increase in the city's overall asset pool, higher costs, and price escalations to carry out this renewal work, timing of large and high-cost projects, and the cumulative impact of funding less the ideal investment level in previous cycles, partly to leave funding available for growth and partly due to funding cuts. The decrease in unconstrained funding available is primarily due to the funding reductions in the Municipal Sustainability Initiative grant the city receives from the province. As noted in the previous slide, even in a scenario where 100% of all unconstrained funding went to renewal, the ideal investment renewal would be only 54%. The chart displayed on the current slide shows the effect of the budget on the percentage of assets in D and F condition over the 20-year period. The green line represents the percentage of assets in D and F condition if the program was funded at the ideal investment level. The blue line represents the impact to asset conditions under the scenario of all available constrained funding going towards renewal, which, as noted before, would only be 54%. What this graph demonstrates is that even in the scenario where 100% of all unconstrained funding goes directly to the renewal program, asset conditions still deteriorate over the 20-year time frame. And for clarity, this would be a scenario in which there would be no unconstrained funding available for investment growth. Generally, the longer the required renewal of municipal assets is deferred, the more deterioration impacts are felt, and the more expensive it becomes to bring these assets back to an acceptable condition. The CIO speaks about the challenges associated with aging facilities portfolio. A large portion of the assets in this portfolio are rated in fair or C condition, and there are also more than 30 years old. As these facilities age, the challenges associated with these assets increase. This includes increasing operating costs due to increased component maintenance requirements and high energy usage, reduced capacity to meet modern service delivery requirements, increased risk of service disruptions due to component or systems failure, and inability to adequately accommodate the needs of Edmontonians, such as accessibility requirements. Administration is developing tools to help rationalize the need for these older facility assets, to determine strategies to address these assets, which could range from complete renewal or disposal. Next, the CIO highlights a number of unfunded growth projects. First, there are currently 59 growth projects with design funding approved that would require an estimated $1.97 billion to complete. These 59 projects are in development at stages between checkpoints 1 to 4 of the PDDM. This means that the cost estimates for delivery can range from -50% to +100% for checkpoint 1 projects, -20% to +30% for projects at checkpoint 3, and -10% to +15% for projects at checkpoint 4. In addition to these projects, there are a number of new growth initiatives that will be seeking both design and delivery funding over the 2023 to 2032 period. These other initiatives are included on the slide where available cost estimates have been included. In addition to these projects discussed in the previous slide, motions from Council are also going to add to the list of projects to be considered during the 2023 to 2026 budget, with little to no funding being available for growth. This table combines the previous information on funding available and future costs to arrive at the total unconstrained shortfall of $6.7 billion. This shortfall is before the consideration of the additional growth initiatives listed in the previous slide, which would increase the deficit even further. It is anticipated that a portion of this shortfall will be an offset by additional grant funding from other orders of government that becomes available over the 2023 to 2032 period, of which the total possible amount still remains unknown. Grant funding will likely be constrained for growth initiatives, meaning the city's renewal program will be impacted the most. In order to adhere to the infrastructure asset management policy and infrastructure strategy, nearly all unconstrained funding would need to be directed to the city's renewal program over the next 10 years. As seen, even then, asset conditions would deteriorate over the 20-year time frame. Therefore, additional strategies will be required by Council, including the right size of the current number of assets owned by the city. This process will require strong leadership to manage difficult conversations that address the strong attachment some Edmontonians feel to city assets. In addition, consideration of a dedicated tax levy to fund renewal programs experiencing the most budgetary pressures will be required. If additional strategies are not undertaken, there may be a need to consider a redirection of existing neighborhood renewal program funding to other renewal priorities in order to help spread the reduced funding levels more equitably across the city's overall renewal program. With nearly all unconstrained funding required to meet renewal needs, there will be limited funds for growth investment in new assets. Although the city has a process to prioritize and recommend growth investment based on strategic alignment, the level of funding available suggests that further prioritization would be required. As a result, only new growth projects likely to proceed are projects mandated by legislation, those that have high safety impacts, or are high priority and eligible to receive funding from other partners and other orders of government. Even though the city continues to operate within the legislated debt limits, the increase of use of this debt in recent capital budget cycles has been significant. If the city continues at the same pace in the future capital budget cycles, it will significantly encroach on the city's internal debt limits and negatively impact the city's credit score. In addition, if the city overextends the use of debt for projects that do not have additional constrained funding sources, there is a risk that debt room will be unavailable to match funds needed to access future grant programs. This reduces the city's agility to explore new possibilities as grant opportunities continue to evolve. I will now turn it over to Malat Pettigara to go through the operating investment outlook.
Thank you. The operating investment outlook is a 10-year forecast of incremental changes to the city's operating revenues and expenditures for all tax-supported services from 2023 to 2032. It provides a forecast of the net operating requirements in each year, as well as forecasted tax increases to close the gap between expenditures and revenues in each year. The OIO enables a better understanding of longer-term operating budget impacts based on the best available information at this point in time, and positions Council to consider the 2023 to 2026 operating budget in the context of long-range financial planning. The OIO baseline scenario is a view of the future where the city continues to deliver all the services presently delivered at current service levels, with growth required to maintain those services levels plus any growth previously approved by Council. The baseline scenario has three main components. The first is maintain existing services, which means offering all services provided in 2022 at constant service levels for 10 years, with inflationary adjustments and volumetric growth to accommodate a larger population, larger geographic footprint, and larger economy. The second, growth and enhancements required to maintain service levels, includes snow and ice control program enhancements, scenario R1 and AP1, smoothed in gradually over 4 years. New transit garage in 2027, a Kathleen Andrews equivalent assumed to be debt financed. This garage is included in this scenario as the existing garages are at capacity. Diesel bus additions to the ETS fleet from 2027 to 2032 to return service levels to 2022 levels and hold them there to the end of the forecast period. The third component is previously approved growth, which includes all growth impacts of decisions previously made by Council over the 2015 to 18 and 2019 to 2022 budget cycles. In today's presentation, we will also discuss some strategies to reduce projected tax increases. Then we'll measure the forecasted tax increases against 3 tax tolerance benchmarks. Finally, we'll highlight areas of potential risk where the operating budget impacts may vary from what is forecasted in the baseline scenario. On this slide, the forecasted tax increases of the baseline scenario are presented, broken down into the 3 components discussed on the previous slide. Over the next 4-year budget cycle, the forecasted total tax levy increase is projected to be 7.1% in 2023, 5.2% in 2024, 4.2% in 2025, and 3.8% in 2026. Beyond the next budget cycle, the tax increases are forecasted to be 3.7% in 2027 and 2.9% in 2028. Previously approved growth impacts begin to ease in 2029, at which point the forecasted tax increases stabilize to just under 2% for the remainder of the forecast term, at 1.9% in 29, 1.9% in 2030, 1.8% in 2031, and 1.7% in 2032. When you consider the other components that generate tax increases, like operating impacts of capital, both past decisions and the decisions you will make in the fall, service enhancements for things like improved service levels for snow and ice control or transit service, and transformational change for items like energy transition, climate adaptation, and housing and homelessness, you can see how the tax increases can add up quickly and how the scarcity of dollars will make prioritization a necessity. It is critical to note that these forecasted tax increases do not include any unfunded service packages. None of Council's motions on service growth or enhancements have been counted in the baseline scenario. The approval of any packages will impact the tax levy on top of what is shown here. These forecasted tax increases also do not include any strategies to address capital funding challenges, including the use of debt or additional pay-as-you-go funding. Any such strategies will impact the tax levy on top of what is shown here. What you will see in the next slide illustrates the magnitude of what you can expect to see as unfunded service packages, which is significant this early in the year. The forecast to maintain existing services has improved over what we presented in May due to a more thorough analysis and detailed projections. However, holding inflationary increases to something under 3% will be a challenge in the current environment. In addition, we suspect that tax increases over 6% will be difficult for Edmontonians to tolerate when the community is still recovering from the economic effects of the global pandemic. With the number of motions stacking up for administration to bring back during the 2023 to 26 budget deliberations, the services needed to advance strategic priorities and the shortfalls to address capital, difficult decisions will be required to keep the tax levy increase below a double-digit figure. This slide presents the baseline scenario forecast as a chart. As is shown, the high forecasted tax increases in the front end of the forecast over the 23 to 26 budget cycle are largely owing to 3 factors. The first major factor is the substantial budget impact of maintaining services in 2023. This is largely due to ETS revenue shortfalls and automated enforcement revenue shortfalls. The baseline scenario assumes service levels are maintained for all years. And to this end, both revenue shortfalls are addressed by increasing the tax levy, amounting to a 1% tax increase for transit in 2023 and a 1.1% increase for the programs funded from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. The second major factor contributing to the high forecasted tax increase in the 23 to 26 cycle are the impacts associated with enhancements to the snow and ice control program to bring service levels to their desired policy targets. The OIO assumes these enhancements are smoothed in over the 23 to 26 cycle with a $10.6 million incremental impact in each of the next 4 years. The third major factor is the substantial volume of previously approved growth impacts hitting the tax levy. There was a large number of major capital developments underway, and both the debt impacts and the operating impacts of capital are projected to hit the tax levy in these years, with a 3% tax increase in 23, a 2.4% tax increase in 2024, a 1.5% increase in 2025, and a 1.4% increase in 2026. The most significant of these projects include the Yellowhead Trail Freeway conversion, 3 different LRT line projects, including Valley Line West, Capital Line South Extension Phase 1, and the Metro Extension to Blatchford, Coronation Park Sports and Rec Center, and the Lewis Farms facility and park. On this slide, we discuss strategies for reducing the net operating requirements for for each component of the baseline scenario. It is important to note that through several years of constrained operating budgets where tax increases were limited, including the 2021 tax levy reduction of 0.3%, administration made numerous budget reductions. These budget reductions were made by finding efficiencies, harvesting savings, and increasing the ongoing value for dollar in how the city delivers its programs and services. As part of the annual budget process since 2015, administration has undertaken various exercises to identify efficiencies in order to reallocate resources, including applying a continuous improvement process for finding efficiencies, which is built into the supplementary budget process. As a result of these things, going forward over the 2023 to 26 budget cycle, any further budget reductions will need to be made from the following options. Under the first component, maintain existing services, to reduce the projected tax increase, Council can reduce service levels, eliminate services, or increase rates on user fees and fines. The baseline scenario assumes increases on user fees and fines occur at 1/2 the rate of inflation each year, so about 1% for most years of the forecast term. For ETS, it's assumed that there's a 2% increase in 2026, 2029, and 2032. Each 1% annual increase in user fees and fine rates, excluding planning and development revenues, is estimated to reduce the tax levy by 0.2%. Under the second component, growth and enhancements required to maintain service levels, to reduce the projected tax increase, Council can scale back or not approve enhancements to the snow and ice control program, or scale back or not improve a new transit garage and future growth of the bus fleet. Both options would reduce service levels. Under the third component, previously approved growth, to reduce the projected tax increase, Council can reduce or eliminate the $6.8 million planned top-up to the alley renewal program. This will result in the program being underfunded with negative impacts to alley reconstruction timelines and the asset condition of alleyways. The OIO also discusses several tax smoothing strategies to ease the strain on the front end of the 23 to 26 budget cycle, where tax increases are highest. It's important to note, however, that these strategies don't reduce net operating requirements. They instead shift them to later years. If using tax smoothing strategies, they should be contained to a single budget cycle. Should Council choose to control tax increases in the 23 to 26 budget cycle, both service growth and capital growth could be deferred to the out years of the forecast term when tax room becomes available. Unlike the provincial and federal governments, income and consumption tax revenue streams, which have broad exposure to economic movement and can thus grow and shrink without a corresponding tax rate change, municipal property taxation in Canada follows a budget-based approach. When property market values fluctuate under the budget-based approach, tax revenues remain stable and unchanged. An advantage of the budget-based approach is that property tax revenues remain stable during periods of economic contraction and falling assessment values. A drawback is that real tax-based growth is typically observed below the rate of economic growth. A consequence of the budget-based approach is that the total tax levy does not automatically adjust to changes in property assessment value, nor does real tax growth typically keep pace with broader economic growth. This means that when Council sets the tax levy each year, it must account for incremental budget growth through a tax levy increase. This feature of budget-based taxes raises questions about what level of tax increase, if any, is appropriate. There is no universally accepted method for determining the optimal level of municipal property tax increase. There is no right or wrong level of tax increase. It is ultimately Council's authority to determine what the appropriate level of increase should be based on the determination of what property owners are willing and able to pay. The OIO presents an analysis of 3 measures that can be used as benchmarks for determining the appropriate upper limit for property tax increases. The first is inflation plus population, represented by the dark blue line. Under this approach, the benchmark for tax tolerance is set at the rate of forecasted municipal price inflation plus population growth. The rationale behind this benchmark rate is to provide room for inflationary adjustments as well as room to maintain service levels for a growing population. The population plus inflation growth rate is projected to range from 3.1% to 3.7% from 2023 to 32. The forecasted tax increases fall well above this benchmark in 23 and 24, fall in line with this benchmark from 25 to 27, leaving no tax room for additional growth, and fall below this benchmark from 2028 to 2032. From 29 onwards, there is 1.2 to 1.6% of tax room available each year below this benchmark that can be applied towards growth initiatives to advance Council's priority areas or towards keeping tax increases low. The second benchmark is household income growth, represented by the red line. Under this approach, the benchmark for tax tolerance is set at the rate of forecasted median household income growth. While property tax is an indirect tax that is not directly paid on income, For most households, it is typically paid out of income. Should tax increases fall above this benchmark, it will mean that for many Edmonton households, particularly those with lower and middle incomes, their property taxes will grow at a higher rate than their incomes. This will mean that property taxes will grow as a share of household spending, eating into other areas of spending, savings, and investments. Median family income is forecasted to grow by 5.5% in 2023, 3% in 24, and in the range of 1.8 to 2.6% from 2025 to 2032. The forecasted tax increases from 2023 to 2028 fall well above this benchmark. For the median household, this will mean that their property taxes grow at a higher rate than their incomes. From 2029 onward, the forecasted tax increase falls below this benchmark, providing approximately 0.5 to 0.8% of available tax room per year that can be applied towards growth initiatives, to advance council's priority areas, or towards keeping tax increases low. The third is economic growth, represented by the purple line. Under this approach, the benchmark for tax tolerance is set at the forecasted rate of nominal gross domestic product, or GDP growth. Nominal GDP growth reflects the growth in the size of the economy from one year to the next, without adjusting for inflation. In contrast, real GDP growth adjusts for inflation. Because the forecasted tax increases include inflation, to ensure consistency, nominal GDP growth is used under this approach. Tax increases at the rate of nominal GDP growth would enable the municipal government sector to maintain its share of local economy GDP over the forecast period. This would ensure that the city's capacity for taxation and expenditure growth is able to keep pace with economic growth. A limitation of this approach, however, is that it may outpace the growth in incomes for many households. Nominal GDP is forecast to grow by 6% in 2023 and in the range of 3.3 to 4.4% from 24 to 32. The forecasted tax increases for 2023 and 2024 are 1.1 and 1.4% higher than this benchmark, respectively. From 2025 to 2027, the forecasted tax increases are in line with this benchmark. From 2028 onwards, the forecasted tax increases fall below this benchmark, providing 0.7 to 2.5% of available tax room in each of those years that can be applied towards growth initiatives to advance council's priorities or towards keeping tax increases low. On this slide, we discuss potential risk areas where impacts to the 23 to 26 operating budget may vary from what is forecasted in the baseline scenario. These risks include if either the province or federal governments change a policy that leads to operating budget impacts, impacts to the budget will be higher than projected. If any reductions are made to provincial grant programs, the city will be required to reduce services or increase tax support. If inflation is higher than what's projected, budget impacts will be higher. If the city is successful in its bid to host the 2026 FIFA World Cup, there are likely to be additional debt servicing impacts to the baseline scenario. If the city continues at the same pace of borrowing in future capital budget cycles, it will significantly encroach on the city's internal debt limits and negatively impact the city's credit score and its borrowing power. Furthermore, if the city overextends the use of debt for projects that do not have additional constrained funding sources, there is risk that debt room will be unavailable to match the funds needed to access future grant programs. As part of the 23 to 26 budget development process, all estimated operating impacts of capital for previously approved projects will be refined in the summer of 2022. Additional impacts of capital may be added through this process, with the potential to increase the forecasted budget impacts over the 23 to 32 period. If the COVID-19 impacts on ETS ridership are more severe or prolonged than what is projected in the baseline scenario, there will be a requirement for additional tax support or a reduction in service levels. Should the ETS fleet storage, operations and maintenance facility strategy be advanced, the capital costs of the future transit garage and bus fleet additions may be higher than what's projected in the baseline scenario, subject to how much funding can be secured from higher order governments. If part of the infrastructure renewal shortfall is addressed using either debt or new pay-as-you-go capital funding, the impacts on the operating budget will be higher than what's presented in the baseline scenario. Should council choose to approve new services, enhance existing services, or use debt to finance growth capital in the 26 to 26 cycle, the impacts to the operating budget will be higher than what's presented in this scenario. And should council choose to allocate some portion of unconstrained capital funding to growth capital or finance growth capital using debt, there will be operating impacts of capital once those assets come into operational service, with higher budget impacts than what's presented here. I will now turn it over to Ms. Padbury to conclude this portion of the presentation.
Sorry, apologies. I'm just getting my slides back up. In addition to the risks and uncertainties identified on the previous slide, pardon me. In addition to the risks and uncertainties identified on the previous slide, we would like to spend a moment to discuss the approach to post-pandemic budgeting. Throughout the pandemic, we've been adjusting budgets annually, indicating that we will look to manage ongoing post-pandemic budgets where required once we had a better understanding of the potential lasting impacts. Early in the pandemic, administration analyzed multiple scenarios within our forecast, adjusting our assumptions and estimates as more information became available. In fall deliberations, Council passed a motion asking administration to provide information on financial health for the City of Edmonton to address long-term COVID-19 response and recovery, and indicated that this should include high and low financial forecasting estimates for the next 5 years and be included as part of the spring operating investment outlook. Throughout COVID, the most significant impact was to transit, as health guidance and restrictions kept ridership significantly lower than pre-pandemic ridership. When City Council chose to maintain services at pre-pandemic levels. Recreation facilities were also impacted, first by closures, then by health restrictions that limited the number of users. Expenses were higher, particularly for the additional cleaning services throughout the facilities and on transit, and additional costs for personal protective equipment. As COVID-19 becomes endemic, administration is observing a strong return to recreation facilities, and the city is projecting to recover to pre-pandemic levels within the next 18 months. While cleaning efforts are expected to continue, making our facilities safe and attractive, expenditure growth in this area is not expected to significantly impact the city's financial health. The OIO does highlight transit ridership recovery as the most significant risk area. While riders are returning to transit, it is still unclear what effect the pandemic had on long-term travel patterns and fare purchasing. Over the last 2 years, we've seen in Edmonton and across Canada a greater shift to pay per-use transit fare products rather than monthly passes. More people have been paying with tickets and cash, which impacts our fare revenue. While many individuals are comfortable riding transit, others may be staying away from it because of the perceived risk. Add to this the concerns around public safety on the transit system. In addition, long-term changes in the workforce see some individuals working in a hybrid work arrangement. This change results in more individuals spending a portion of their week working from home, which creates further uncertainty concerning transit. Despite all of this, ridership is recovering coming out of the pandemic, making the analysis less about low and high financial forecasts and more about how fast and how long the recovery will be. As a result of the prudent financial practices followed through the pandemic, a total of $67 million remains appropriated in the Financial Stabilization Reserve to address the lasting impacts of COVID as we adjust to a new normal. I will turn it back to Andre to close.
Great, thanks Ms. Padbury, and to you and your entire team. So to summarize today's presentation, we're continuing to advance development of the 23 to 26 budget. The 10-year capital and operating investment outlooks are an important input into budget development because they give all of us the long-term forecast of our revenues and costs to run and build the city. It's clear that we have some challenges ahead, but we're also continuing to work towards our long-term vision for Edmonton, as explained in the city plan. Our research has shown us that a large proportion of Edmontonians are positive or neutral about the value they receive for their tax dollars and feel that the city's budget provides the services they need at a high quality of life. However, given our capital and operating investment outlooks and the economic situation for the city and for Edmontonians, there are certainly going to be some tough choices ahead for the 23 to 26 budget. While our destination hasn't changed, we'll have to prioritize what steps we'll take to advance our goals over the next 4 years, and we will continue to engage with Council and Edmontonians as we work to refine the budget.
So I know that was a lot to take in and a long presentation, but we're now happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a comprehensive presentation, and I hope it answers a lot of questions, but I hope that council, we can ask clarifying questions or any other questions, and that we limit our questions to one round so we can get through the rest of the agenda. This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson, so I'll go to her first. Councillor Stevenson.
I had completely forgotten that I'd selected this item, but happy to jump in. Yeah, really, again, appreciate the comprehensive overview. And one question I have, and I don't know that I saw it as one of the options for operational, sort of the choices that we have, but it's really thinking about how we repurpose some of our existing resources. So again, apologies if I've missed an explanation of this, but it seemed to sort of be, we can have more services, less services, but maybe not different services. And I appreciate that can be a really challenging thing to undertake, but feel like that's a really potentially important strategy for us to look at.
So I'll maybe start. I think it is embedded in the more services or less services. I think a part of a reallocation, taking from one service area and doing something different, still means a reduction in an existing service level. So you can achieve it by reducing services to free up tax dollars and then reallocating that, or you could reduce services and offer a lower tax levy. But that reallocation or providing a different service is contemplated in that service level discussion.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Councillor, that it's certainly an appropriate, and we're happy to work on those things. And it really does become the perception based on your perspective. If we switch and do different services, that might mean something positive for somebody who's getting a different service, but it might be perceived as negative for somebody who's losing a particular piece. But we're certainly open to work through those options, and we do see that within scope here.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think, just thinking about how we get to a future, I think that there's so much that we can, so if we sort of think of everything that we're already doing, is it just adding more on for that transformational change, or can we actually, just really comprehensively look at everything that we're already doing and how that can focus more on where we want to go? Just another question too, just around, so on the capital side, really appreciate the great work that's looking at, condition assessment. Just wondering if that assessment and that evaluation will also be looking at, level of community use. I think Mr. Lachlan, we talked a little bit about, whether it's a public facing facility versus, a city asset. Again, sort of the neighborhood, the density of users in the area. Just wondering if those factors also come into play with the prioritization.
It certainly will. Based on what's been presented, I think it's clear there's a bit of a tension between the number of assets we have and what we can accomplish within the budget means that we have. So there may be assets that that require renewal, and based on criteria like public-facing, critical to operations, safety legislation, they may determine the priorities for the renewal investment.
Great, I appreciate that. And maybe, I don't know if you have this figure handy, but do you have a sense of, in terms of our asset, what is sort of that community facing versus more back of house?
The breakdown, we don't have that, no.
And wondering too, I know we're talking about the growth strategy next week, and I think it was mentioned previously that, because I think over a 10-year time horizon, I'm wondering what assumptions, again, and I know that this is very, very difficult to map out, but again, just some of those decisions around land use, and there's sort of the operating cost to capital, and particularly capital that we're not making the initial investment on. So of course, I'm thinking of new roads, that are being built, which, although we don't have an upfront capital cost, do end up having a significant operational cost for us in the long term. Just wondering how that's factored into the model, and what the amount that a change in growth patterns could adjust that impact.
The investment outlook is based on, the next 10 years is based on the growth patterns as outlined in the city plan. So to 1.25 million is approximately the timeline that we're looking at. And the report tomorrow, the growth management framework, suggests an approach of how we can continue along the path as outlined in the city plan. In the first phase of the city plan, though, there is still a large component of greenfield development within our city. And that component of greenfield development does also have revenue associated with in terms of tax revenue. And the overall premise of the city plan is to move towards the 50% infill, which has a 8% reduction in overall costs for the city as we realize that vision throughout the life of the city plan.
Thank you so much. Councillor Knack, next.
Thank you, Mayor Soin. Thanks so much. This is an excellent presentation. A lot of great work went into this. I want to pick up on Councillor Stevenson's first set of questions, because the one part I'm still struggling a little bit, maybe this is where we'll discuss it on the 24th, is how I don't want to do the pin the tail on the budget motion, which I know is not a popular motion. At the same time, I'm still feeling a little uncertain as to when we get to provide guidance, or are you seeking guidance around where we might make those changes to, I might be very comfortable essentially reallocating 5% worth of property tax funds in our existing services to fund snow removal and transit and all of the other things that I think need more. So I'm just not sure when we can do that. I know we are doing a prioritized based budget exercise, which is meant to hopefully inform that, but walk me through that a little bit still.
Yeah, we're going to be putting out a memo soon that sort of explains the whole process, Councillor, but I think after that discussion is the right time to start those conversations.
Great.
But, we also, I'm not sure we see as part of the process like a list of asks for that, we're not looking for a long list of asks.
Yeah.
But we're certainly open to, ideas on what we can reduce or what we can switch. I would also say that, we haven't had a lot of luck, at least in the last couple of years, in terms of proposing, slowing down or switching things.
Correct.
And I bring back to, ideas like Reimagine Report. There wasn't a lot of, we worked hard on that, but it wasn't a lot of options, certainly that Edmontonians wanted to see happen. So I think some work can be informed by that previous experience in the last couple of years as well. But I'll just see if Stacey wants to add any more.
No, and I think this will be some of the things that we'll get to in the discussion on the 24th. But at the end of the day, we can provide you with the overview of the services and how they're evaluated with respect to what's mandatory versus what's a nice to have service. But ultimately, as council, you have to decide which services you're comfortable either not providing or providing it at a lower level, or making that redirection to.
Absolutely. And I guess the piece that I'll want to make sure is that since we're doing a prioritized based budget, which we've never done before, I'd like to have some insight as to what you might envision being, and I know it's tough, it's 73 items and every area that people are working is tough work, but compared to what our current priorities are, what the city plan says, I imagine now that there are going to be areas that might be, 72 or 73 on the list, and I might have something new that I want to add, and I want to be able to provide that advice, but I'm also looking for that guidance. So it sounds like we've got a good process coming up, and I'll rely on that. I know we talked about when we would get the final budget, that we would hopefully get a full breakdown of the actual budget over the course of the last 2 budget cycles. I know that's something I'm going to be really interested in, to see what is the % change over the last 8 years. Would we have the same type of data available for particularly staffing levels? I know I still get questions from time to time around the audit that was done previously, and just wanted to get an understanding of how things have changed, because I think there has been a lot of change, but I don't know if we can paint a clear picture yet. At least I can't yet. I don't have a clear breakdown of what that looks like.
Yeah, I think we absolutely can. We don't have it here, but yeah, we.
Yeah, not today. That would be for when the budget documents
Certainly.
come out. Okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Great. A few other items that I think would be really valuable. We had done a map, I think, and I can't remember where it was, of all the areas that have been getting neighborhood renewal, but I don't think that map's been updated for a couple of years, and I'm wondering if there's a way to get, as part of the upcoming budget deliberations and going through this renewal process, an understanding of every community that has received some sort of attention under that, which would also let us understand what's still left to do.
Yeah, we can update that. We do provide a memo every year
Correct.
of the neighborhoods that are coming, but we can provide a retrospective look.
It'd be nice just to get that breakdown from 2009 for me at least, so I wanted to flag that. The final question I think I'd ask just in here is, and maybe this is getting too granular, and so stop me if it is. You know, I'm thinking about, we talked a lot about the renewal dollars and the investment that needs to go into certain things. I'm curious about some of those composite profiles, and the one that comes to mind is something like the roadway upgrades conversation that we've had and might need to have at budget. We're not going to widen all of our roads because we don't have enough money for it, but we're going to do composite profiles in different areas in renewal and growth, and how we inform some of that work, how we can provide guidance around how much we want to invest in that, not just in the renewal side, but in some of the growth.
A quick answer, please.
I think that's part of the council deliberation process that would come from a recommendation from administration.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. One of the questions I had related to one of the, I think, comments in passing, for instance, around neighborhood renewal and that funding pool. And that's, I think, matured at this point. And maybe if the finance folks could elaborate on the point that they were making with that funding pool.
I'll start. So we weren't actually making a recommendation. What we're simply observing is, along with the rest of priority-based budgeting, one of the things that you can look at, should you not have sufficient funding to do the more transformational things that you want to do, one of the things that you could look at is repurposing neighborhood renewal. We're not recommending it, but it is one tool in the toolkit that could be used to achieve your outcomes.
Yes, and I'm wondering if, as part of the budget deliberations or just prior to the budget deliberations, maybe something along those lines would be brought to us, or how we would initiate sort of further analysis on this. And I hear the trepidation in what you're saying, and I certainly hear the caution. But is there, for instance, an opportunity to harmonize it to the alley renewal, or other renewal opportunities, so that we don't get behind in our renewal? So I'm wondering how we would get more information about that.
My suggestion, Councillor Hamilton, is to ask us to provide that information. I would suggest that if council is serious about looking at that sort of adjustment, we'd have to bring you information in terms of what decisions would need to be made. We would not recommend an adjustment on the fly during budget, because it does require a statutory or public hearing process if we are making adjustments to the neighborhood renewal program.
So I'm hearing a lot of really good advice here. I would probably sort of, as point one of any, because Mr. Corbold, this is being brought to council as essentially for information, but any motions coming out of this would be to help guide some of those future discussions, correct?
Yeah, it's really setting the context and conditions, and trying to show everything we can to council prior to starting the deliberations that will kind of start on the 24th.
Mm-hmm. So as much as I think we love the omnibus motions, I would probably say that that's a piece of information I think council should look at, or at least have more information on. So I'd be looking to make that as point one of an omnibus motion. The second question I had for administration was, and I think it relates to what Councillor Knack was getting at, which is about how I think you've given us some very sobering information here and advice. And how will this, how will we have touch points with this and the impacts through the budget process? Because I recognize that we can have this conversation now, but in 6 months' time during budget, it can be a much more intense conversation, to say the least. So I'm wondering how you plan to sort of have this feedback loop going through our budget deliberations.
Yeah, I'll just summarize, Councillor, by saying quite a few touch points. We'll lay those out in a memo very shortly. If there's any concerns with how we've laid that out, we can certainly adjust going forward. But I don't know if Ms. Padbury wants to provide a bit more detail.
And the only other thing that I would add is we bring forward the budget. You'll get it roughly 4 weeks before the debate starts. So there will be time in that period too to provide feedback. If it's something large like neighborhood renewal, that would be something we'd need to get a sense of, like really significant changes in budget earlier rather than later. But there's other touch points built in, including making sure that we deliver the budget in 4 weeks in advance of when the debate starts.
Great, thank you. And I believe that's my time now.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much for the really comprehensive presentation. Similar questions around the potential redirection of neighborhood renewal funding to other renewal programs. I'm just trying to understand, I guess, what that would look like. Is there just a really simple example you could give me of how that redistribution would play out?
So I think it would be on the basis of reprioritization or prioritization based on assets that are in need of the greatest renewal need. And it was highlighted in the presentation that at this point in time, facilities that we have are in the greatest need just based on age and condition. I'm not suggesting right now that that's the direction, but it would be a holistic assessment of the entire portfolio in terms of greatest need. But highlighting facilities are certainly one that are in a pressure point, I would say.
Right, okay, and yeah, I had a similar question around sort of right sizing, I think was the language that was used of our inventory. And is that what you're referring to, Mr. Laughlin, when are we gonna get kind of a comprehensive look at our assets or specific asset classes, recommendations based on that, or?
So bit of a different stream. Under the asset management strategy, we talk about disposition. And we're collectively, between Finance and Corporate Services and IIS, we're actually actively looking at what a disposition strategy could look like, specifically on facilities, on the basis of those aforementioned pressures. That would, whether that work is completed and completed in time to have it in part of an informed budget discussion is still something we're working through. But there have been attempts over a number of budget cycles to identify specific assets that we would recommend not investing in, and I would suggest we haven't been successful.
Right, okay, and my sense is that that's been more on kind of an ad hoc basis, but there was mention of moving towards more of a regular periodic review of entire classes. So is that what we're doing then?
We have a focus on facilities at this point in time, but as the priorities come up from a condition-based perspective, they will be measured against, does it fit with city plan? Is it legislated? Is it other factors? Sorry, I'm just blanking on some of the other criteria that we would assess.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you for that. And then I just want to jump back to mention of a dedicated tax levy to fund renewal programs. So I guess would further direction or a motion be needed to go down that path?
It would.
It would, okay. Okay, also had a question, just around our self-imposed debt limit. So of course I'm thinking about the rather long list of growth priorities that we're wanting to move forward on, specifically energy transition strategy. I'm just wondering, what type of flexibility do we have when it comes to our debt policy? Are we able to put really specific parameters around that policy, or sort of an additional layer if it's really tightly bound to specific outcomes or priorities, like energy transition? I'm thinking of the Clean Energy Improvements Program in particular.
So maybe if I can address this, I would say that overall, when you set a policy, you can make a decision on how high level you want that policy to be or how granular. Something like the Clean Energy Investment Program, we would look at that in the context of not being tax supported debt. So one of the things that we're really encouraging you to look at is, what is your level of comfort with tax supported debt? So where you're raising taxes to pay the debt servicing cost, unlike something like a Clean Energy Improvement Program, where the source is, we're ultimately borrowing that money, lending it, but we're recovering it back through a levy on property taxes or a levy on the tax roll. So we would look at those two things separately, and we would focus on what is affordable from a tax supported debt perspective.
Okay, that's great. Final question, just around life cycle costs when we are approving capital projects or making decisions around capital projects. Kind of goes back to Councillor Stevenson's question. When we have access to partnered funding, for example, and we're doing maybe a roadway expansion, cost of renewal and the full life cycle cost isn't necessarily presented to us as decision makers at the outset of that. Because I recognize it's very challenging to do that, but what type of thought has been given to that, I guess?
And quickly, please.
It's a bit challenging to predict future renewal requirements on inherited assets. I guess what we could say is that as you approve city capital projects, we articulate the requirements. As you get into decisions related to inherited assets, we need to figure out a way to articulate what those potential future impact costs are. And maybe there are metrics that would just go along with whether it be lineal kilometers of road or percentage of asset value, but something we can take back and think about.
Great,
Thank
you so much.
Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. So maybe I'll kind of follow up with that. So in your, I think it's slide 36, where it shows the projected tax increases over the next, I don't know, 10 or 15 years. It looks a little bit better as we head into 2028, 2029, but does that take into account the debt servicing of those capital projects that maybe we don't yet know what the full cost is going to be?
It takes into account any currently debt servicing impacts of any currently approved capital project, but it doesn't have baked into it an assumption of what you might approve this fall in your next 4 years.
Okay, so it does take into account larger LRT projects, what we'll be having to service then in the future on them.
Yes, the ones that are approved already.
Okay. And then for us to be able to look at, I guess, going forward with some of these other facilities in that we're looking at, like Lewis Farms, Valley Zoo and whatnot. So, I mean, and those were sort of designated as, those costs are taken into account on that proposed tax increases, right?
And yeah, anything that you've approved up to this point in time is contemplated in this 10-year forecast.
Okay, excellent. And then, so I think we all sort of want to have the priorities that we looked at to move ahead. But with it being priority-based budgeting, I think Mr. Corbold spoke to it a bit, that over the past couple of years, you've already had to do some consolidation of programs and services to reduce costs overall as we tried to keep that 0% tax increase. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say we've run a number of initiatives over the past years, whether it was 2% for innovation, any number of efficiency programs. And so now we've baked those efficiency programs, made it part of our continuous improvement program. So when we bring you a budget, it does always have reallocations for efficiencies. We're now at the point, though, where if you want to make significant reallocations, you will have to adjust service levels. It's not just about tweaking anymore. You'll actually have to decide what you would like to deliver less of in one place to deliver more of in another place.
Okay, and are there any administrative programs and services rather than just the front-facing basic services that Edmontonians expect? Is there anything else that's maybe of a lower priority?
This is one of the challenges that we have in priority-based budgeting is you don't end up necessarily with high and low. You end up with different categorization of programs, and so we try to run our back of house as efficiently as possible, but there are still programs that, and I'll use the coin center or the coin collection as one of them. As long as you continue to take cash fares on transit, we're going to continue to have people that count and sort that cash. We do it as efficiently as possible. It doesn't rank high in terms of prioritization, but it's still a necessary service.
And would we be provided with a list of those sort of, I don't want to say low priority, but is there any way to prioritize or show that some of these programs?
Yeah.
I think in the support services function, we don't do a lot of stuff that we don't believe to be necessary. So if we're undertaking it, it is necessary either because of the act or because we're supporting a frontline service.
But Councillor, I think I take your point, and absolutely we can be super clear on terms of what those administrative operational jobs are and why they're required to support, and we can certainly be clear with that. And there are other ways too that we can deliver those services, but you know, it gets back to the question of private versus public sector jobs as well, and we want to retain that quality, so we don't really want to move down that road either. So, but we can provide clarity on that for sure as we submit the
Thank
details.
you, Mr. Corbold. I have one last quick question. I think to Mr. Laughlin, as far as bringing forward recommendations of facilities that might be recommended to be disposed of. You mentioned it might not be possible to have that inventory list ready.
No, I think it's going to be a challenge just based on the 976 facilities that we have at the City of Edmonton to have a detailed list for budget, but there will be touch points along the way where certain facilities we would bring to council for consideration. Our hope is that we have potentially some for consideration as part of 23 to 26, but at this point in time, based on the evaluation of that work, I'm not sure that we'll have a complete list, and it'll be something that we would look to council to help inform us along the way as we progress through the 23 to 26.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really appreciated the presentation. It's very concise and clear. I just want to move and put the motion on the floor, if I may, Mr. Mayor, as the information received.
Yeah.
I move the June 7, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Reports FCS 01169, FCS 01168, we combine to operate and capital and be received for information.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Thank you, Councillor Rice. That's okay.
I don't have questions. It's very clear to me, this outlook.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate the great work and from administration.
Thank you.
And that actually provides a big picture for us to think about how we can do our budget, 2022-2026 deliberation.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration, my first question is, I just wanted to confirm, so we count when it comes to this EPCOR dividend in our revenue, it is counted as static. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, the EPCOR dividend is included at its current rate, and we make no assumption on the growth of that dividend in this forecast.
Okay, so that may be another conversation we need to have as a council. How about when it comes to provincial or federal revenue? I see right now our province is in, between a 12 and $24 billion surplus position.
So maybe I'll pass this to Mr. Pettigara, but I believe we only include what is known to us.
Yeah, that's right. There's the assumptions are that operating grants are fairly stable throughout the 10 years, and variability in provincial or federal revenues are not based into any scenarios of that.
Right, makes sense. So until we have the check in our hand to cash, we don't count it in this forecast. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that holds true for capital as well. We haven't included any new grant programs coming in for capital or operating in these outlooks.
So in terms of deferrals, when it comes to capital, now I think I caught Mr. Laughlin saying it would be possible to delay or defer some items. I'm just unclear through the questions here when that opportunity or that conversation would come forward. Like, say we're talking about, say, Lewis Estates, for instance. Are we going to see another checkpoint between now and the fall that we could, say, delay that for 2 or 3 years, or is there I'm just, as a new counselor, I see the trajectory, but I'm missing the stops along the way.
So specifically on Lewis Farms, and this question came up at the SCBA, I identified that if there is a budget pressure, and based on some of the external pressures that we're seeing, there's a strong likelihood there will be, that it would come back to the 23 to 26 as a budget adjustment of an approved project. With any project, if there's a budget adjustment that's needed, council has the authority to take a different approach with the project if commitments haven't already been made, and I should be careful around the definition of commitments. We would just have to flag any contractual commitments if council is making a different decision around a project. As it relates to PDDM, the way we've set it up is at checkpoint 1, which is a lot of what the 23 to 26 budget would be, council would identify the priorities for projects. At checkpoint 3, we bring as part of supplementary capital budget adjustments, council's profiles for council's approval related to scope, schedule, and budget for those projects. And then again, if there's a budget or schedule or scope adjustment that's needed, that would be another point in time where council could have that opportunity to weigh in on projects that are currently underway.
That's very helpful. And I'll follow up offline to get a better sense of that chronology then. I guess, is there any other contemplated revenue stream here that hasn't been outlined or put forward? I mentioned, for instance, potential new subclassing or anything like that. Has there been from last council any new revenue streams? I guess I'd just look for confirmation that isn't the case. What you see here is what you get.
Yeah, so your revenue sources are really limited to property taxes, and even things like subclassing. That's a distribution of tax, not a revenue source in and of itself. And user fees and fines. And outside of that, you don't have a lot of revenue tools under the Act in order to be able to there's no other revenue source that's available other than those tools, which is why you don't see it in the report.
Yeah, thank you. Wanted to confirm that. That's all I have for now, and just want to express my gratitude again to administration for pulling this together. I wish we had got it before November. I think for a lot of us in the hallway, this felt like a giant bucket of ice water on our head. This was quite a sobering report to read in many senses. So appreciation to all parties involved.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, I believe Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright already had it
Oh,
on.
okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so should we sharpen our axes? No, you don't have to answer that one. So one of the things that I'm thinking about with this priority-based budgeting, how is that going to be determined? Because sometimes we've found that administrative priorities may not be community priorities. This was referenced, I believe, by Mr. Laughlin in talking about assets that administration did not recommend preserving, which I think were in the form of recreation centers. I would assume that might be one of the cases that you're...
Yes, that is, and in, just to use specific examples, Scona Pool was one where council did support the, if significant asset failure, that we would close, that we would essentially, I'm choosing my words carefully here, but help it along.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Until it reached a point where it was no longer, we're able to use it. Another one, East Glen, was one that we brought in for consideration and based on coverage, thought that might be another one, so.
Yeah, and so I guess the question then is, it was a priority for the community to preserve those, but not necessarily a priority of administration. So how are we going to parse that when it comes to the budget without having fractious debates and having 300 people coming in to speak?
So maybe I'll jump in because I think you will have debate over decisions that are difficult. But when we're looking at the priority-based budgeting, what we're very much trying to do is look at it from the perspective of items that are well aligned to your forward-looking plans, like Connect Edmonton and the city plan. Plus, what are the items that are mandated and necessary for a city to do? What is the reliance for those services by citizens for the city to provide that? And then we try to look at that holistically across the city. So when we're looking at it, we're looking at not the neighborhood impact, but what is best for the city in its entirety. But when you do that, decisions sometimes mean that one neighborhood doesn't end up with the decision that they would like to have, despite the fact that that might be the best thing for the city.
I understand the process clearly. I guess the question is more along the lines of hopefully we have a little bit of communication beforehand before we sort of present to the public things that may be upsetting for them. I'll move on. Next question is, when it comes to neighborhood renewal, and sort of taking a second look at that, is that going to involve also like eyes on the ground, like actually going out and observing these neighborhoods, looking at the roads and things like that, and sidewalks, all of that stuff before we even contemplate what we're going to do?
Well, that, excuse me, all of our assets are evaluated in that way or a different way, building condition assessments.
Yeah.
We try to do a
Like
quarter
new
of-
information, we'll get new information, not rely on what we have from like maybe 2 or 3 or 4 years ago.
Well, we try to do a quarter of the assets per year throughout the city. And so every 4 years, we have ongoing, whether it be visual inspection, whether it be hard data in terms of, sorry, you said neighborhood renewal, so I'll limit it to that.
Yeah.
Visual inspection, deterioration that's observed or seen through some of our testing equipment. We try to complete that a quarter of the city
Per year.
per year.
Yeah.
And so that work would continue. If there's a proposed adjustment in terms of the allocation, it would really be how fast would we be addressing those? So it could result in additional sidewalk repairs that,
Right.
that were a source of discussion
Yeah,
at a
so it'll
committee
be,
meeting recently.
updated information before I make any decisions.
Oh, yeah, it's,
Yeah, okay.
it's an
Yeah,
active
that-
program, yes.
Okay. So, and the last question, because I'm in my dying seconds here, and that is the impact of inflation, I think, is going to be with us for quite a long time. I don't think there's any way out of it. And so are we looking at stronger federal and provincial ties in order to offset that for municipalities?
Are you asking if we're trying to do more advocacy to offset the impact of inflation?
Like literally in that sphere, in that realm, because this is very serious, and cities are the economic engines of the province and of the nation, so.
I think we'll have to take that one back, Councillor, and think about that a bit. We haven't got that immediately in our plans now, other than general advocacy, but I think it's something we seriously need to look at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I have few questions. One is, what investments can we make now that will allow us to increase our tax base? I'm thinking about industrial tax base, because we're looking into the revenue, into the future. What are the right investments are we making, or can we make to grow that revenue? Are we looking at that in the, over the next 10-year plan?
Yeah, I think that's an integral part of our economic action plan, Your Worship, and, examples like Air Products and others are good examples, and we need to do a ton more of those, so, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's good. I think we need to look at the revenue occasion as well, right? And which you do, I appreciate that, but be more aggressive on that. The other question I have, what are the areas that we should not be in, for example, that do cost us money immediately? Exhibition lands come into my mind. Rossdale lands come into my mind, right? Cannot we figure out different way of engaging private sector that they can make upfront investments instead of us making upfront investments to reduce some of the pressures on city finances?
Yeah, absolutely, I think we can.
Okay.
In the form of, some private-public partnerships on some of that public land, but for sure.
Okay. And on the efficiencies, I know there has been a lot of belt tightening, a lot of work has been done. What I sense I get from you listening to the presentation is there's very little room in efficiencies now, even though you continue to explore efficiencies, but that's not where we can actually go for savings anymore.
Yeah, generally, but emphasizing the fact that we will always look, and we always
Yes.
need to look, and we always need to be challenged to look, so absolutely. But
the time is about choices now, right? What services we want, what service levels we want, where can we de-invest, and where we can invest some of those, redirect some of those resources.
in terms of big numbers, yes, that's what
That's
we
where,
believe, yeah.
that's, okay, good. And you answered my question to other council members on decommissioning of some of the infrastructure investment and NEPCO dividends and all that. That's one last question, and this is related to, I don't know if you counted that into your projected federal grants going into the future. I know the federal government made the federal transit funding permanent starting in 2026 and 2027. That will continue forever, right? So I'm asking that question, keeping in mind the Castledowns LRT being our next unfunded project, right? That we would have to figure out somehow over the next capital budget or beyond. So have you factored that into our future federal projections? If not, I don't need the answer now, right? But if you haven't, just.
We'll have to double check. I can't remember if those ones were included. Those would end up being constrained funding likely. So, Bill just responded back. The answer is no.
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah, I was gonna say, it hasn't been factored in, Your Worship, because we just haven't got clarity on if that's.
I think
gonna
it's
be
starting in 2026. I think it's about $3 billion national program
And
that will.
I think that will be outstanding.
Yeah.
And that would sort of change some of our numbers for sure once that gets confirmed. Yeah.
Because that also allows us to leverage that money with provincial money, hopefully in the future, as the finances of the province improving. Good, okay, those are the questions I had. Thank you so much for once again for putting such a comprehensive presentation for us to consider. So that concludes
I return the chair.
the question. Sorry. I think I'll take the chair back. So that concludes the questions. Councillor Wright, I see your name on the deck is from the previous round, right? Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Yes, yeah, I've already talked.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we have who seconded the, Councillor Paquette seconded. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to receive these two reports for information. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, there may be a subsequent, but after the break, we're just working on some wording on the.
Okay, related to this item?
Related to this item.
And there's also a subsequent from Councillor Rice as well that we would have to deal before we conclude the.
Just wanted to give you a heads up, it's coming, so.
Yeah, got it. Okay. All right, so that. Councillor Hamilton, are you on deck? Sorry, Councillor Hamilton?
I'm on to make a subsequent. As I mentioned during the conversation, I did have more information that I wanted. So that was why I voted in opposition to receiving it for information.
Do you have your subsequent ready?
I do.
Why don't you make it now?
Thank you. It might need some tweaking from administration, but it is that administration returned a budget with budget 2020, the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations with more information about the neighborhood renewal funds and further analysis regarding potential changes to the allocation of those funds and maintenance of the balance.
Got it. Need a seconder?
Second.
Seconder, Councillor Paquette, second. Though this will be information in the report, right? Coming back with some and further analysis.
Yes, and there's no date on it, but I think it should probably come back just prior to budget. So I'd look to Ms. Padbury and see what her ability to turn around that report is when that could come back.
And I'll maybe just check with Mr. Luckland because I think we'll require his team. But if we aimed to bring it back a couple weeks before we tabled the budget, that might be a reasonable time period for us to then be able to react to any feedback.
Agreed, and so maybe it's just I don't know if I can do this, a friendly.
You can suggest a friendly. What is your friendly suggestion?
That administration return prior to the 23 to 26 operating and capital budget deliberations. And I don't know if Madam Clerk would permit a due date as ambiguous as that.
I think we'll even go Q4 and that gives us a range.
So
Excellent.
Q4 and prior to budget 2023, 2026. Friendly moved by Councillor Paquette. Right? Okay.
I hope
it's
everyone
friendly.
thinks
It's
so.
friendly. It's friendly. Everyone says friendly. Okay, good. All right, it's friendly.
Q4 is amenable.
Got it.
And this is further to our discussion during this presentation about potential existing, I'm not going to call it a funding source because I think would give a lot of people the heebie-jeebies, but how there's an opportunity perhaps to look at this fund and as a potential option for some of our renewal pertaining to not just neighborhoods, but perhaps another area. But I just want more information on it before we start talking about it in earnest. So
Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
that's all.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just had a question about this motion to administration.
Go ahead.
So already in the report, you talk about potentials that, wouldn't this have already been included? Further exploration of the pros and cons of all of the options outlined in the Outlook report? the capital outlook report? Like, is this redundant to what would have already happened in the process as somebody that's new to this 4-year process?
They asked for a motion. I remember Mr. Loughlin saying that they will benefit from a direction.
Okay, so my concern then is, I guess, to Mr. Loughlin, what does this motion signal to you in terms of planning for neighborhood renewal projects that are starting in 2023, but maybe starting engagement in Q4 here?
I think this report would allow us to highlight that. And just to further the rationale for requesting something like this is the CIO and OIO are intended to solicit some general guidance from council in terms of what are some tools that you would like us to pursue, and the neighborhood renewal is one of those potential tools. So this would allow us to bring back exactly that, Councillor Rutherford. If there was a portion reallocated, what would be the impact to the existing program in terms of either commitments that have been made or future commitments?
I'm just, again, my worry is if we go out and engage with the community in Q4 of 2022, and then council turns around and makes a different decision for this funding, for the future of neighborhood renewal as a whole, that's good. That could be really, I mean, yes, it's localized risk, but that's still very high risk, right? Or am I missing something in this?
It's certainly a consideration that we'll do our best to highlight in the report when we bring it back.
Okay. So can I just quickly speak to this?
Yep.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate this. I think that we've heard that local infrastructure is something that's really important to residents, and this program is already behind in the demand for it. I get that we're in a tight fiscal situation, but I really, really can't support exploring this option. I think we need to continue investing in neighborhood infrastructure. I don't think it's a viable option. I understand more information is already better, but I think even this motion could cause community harm for those that are either starting soon or have been looking forward to neighborhood renewal between that 2023 to 2026 time period. I think we have other options and other levers. So for those reasons, I understand this will likely still pass because, it's a report that's generating information, but I cannot support this because I would not support not funding and having funds available for this really important program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, just really quickly, and I think I need to ask this question in order to sort of forestall some concern in communities. Nothing that you look at, like if there's an actual real infrastructure need for renewal, that is not going to be on the table. Like there's going to be various degrees. If something is like obviously in the red, that is not, we're going to take care of that rather than let it collapse, correct?
We do our best, but we are...
This is not the reassuring answer I was looking for.
Well, no, I think what we're trying to highlight is, and if you're not investing in the infrastructure, and council has done a great job over the last number of cycles to catch up from previous decisions, but as the inventory grows and as the age gets to it, it's the ages where it starts to break down. There are challenges in meeting all of those requirements within the funding envelopes that we have. As it relates specifically to neighborhood renewal, I'm sure many of you, especially in the mature neighborhoods, would suggest that even with the accelerated pace of the neighborhood renewal program that council approved in 2009, that feedback from your community was that it wasn't fast enough.
Sure, and some of that though is aesthetic, some of it is just general like comfort, but we're talking about the real nuts and bolts of infrastructure. We're not going to let it collapse.
No, but it isn't necessarily through replacement. And that's the sidewalk
Well, that's
maintenance
just it.
program.
That's right. Does it have to be replaced, or can it be maintained? Can it be repaired in situ? Those are all things that we have to talk about, but no one's going to be left without like a walkable sidewalk or drivable road.
No, because the sidewalk maintenance program does its
Exactly.
best to ensure that, but then that's a shift to operating from capital in terms of the decisions that you're making.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Like, but I hope you're hearing what I am asking on behalf of communities that might hear this and think, oh dear, our road is barely being held together. It's basically a moonscape in ruts, and we can't really do much more because otherwise it's all just going to be pothole repair, like fill, and that's it. Like, those are the roads that we wouldn't take off the block.
So again,
It would be council's decision, obviously.
Council's decision.
But would that actually ever become an administrative recommendation that you let a road fail?
No, it wouldn't be a recommendation. It would be a condition of funding that's available and budgets that are
There
available
we
to
go.
accomplish the
And
tasks.
that's, I understand that there are limits to what you can say.
Yeah.
And I think you've managed to say it.
Just as an example, Councillor Paquette, about $30 million of the past 4-year budget cycle was allocated to emergent renewal requirements for facilities that weren't planned. And again, I highlight the
On the facility
facilities.
side, yeah.
But that's an example where we've got a particular asset that, and you can see it in some of the slide deck related to the volume of facilities that are yellow. But there's an example where we invested just over $30 million in emergent renewal requirements that weren't actually planned. It was the condition of the facility requiring those emergent investments. So that's what we're trying to figure out, the right balance between proactive, dedicated renewal, which the neighborhood renewal program absolutely does that, and ongoing renewal needs of the rest of the inventory.
Yeah, and that makes sense. That's why I will support this motion. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are in recess. It is 3:45. I would like to call this meeting back to order. Nobody run to their chairs. Please walk slowly. Okay, we'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Hello.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Hi there.
Councillor Paquette,
I walked swiftly to my chair. I am here.
Councillor Tang, Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel will be coming here in a minute. He grabbing coffee. Councillor Rice
Hello.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so Councillor Stevenson, you're next.
Yes, thanks so much. I'm struggling because I also think that the neighborhood renewal program is incredibly important, and I'm just wondering, but at the same time, I think it's also important to have all the information on the table before we're making major decisions. So just from administration, if this motion passes today, do you take that as direction about what might come forward in the budget, or is it a preliminary check-in before you're making those bigger decisions?
So I would say that if this motion passes, we bring you back the additional information that would be required should you decide to take this option, to go this path. It doesn't predetermine whether you will take this path.
Okay. Okay, and could some of this information too be about, because for me, one of the huge opportunities with neighborhood renewal is, of course, adapting our roads to be more multimodal, to be safer, and more active mode focused. So is there some consideration to, I think just kind of going back to Councilor Paquette's question about, sort of renewal versus growth, or just like, again, I don't want to go back to the like for like replacement. I don't think that serves our community well at all. Is that going to be within the scope of what you'd be considering in this motion?
Councillor Stevenson, it's Pascal Douceur. The question around how we do the work in the neighborhood renewal, I think would be outside of the realm of this motion. That goes back to the standards that we have established, and that would be kind of more of a policy discussion related to complete streets and how we do the work.
Okay, that's reassuring. So it wouldn't contemplate changing the standards, reverting back to a like for like. It would just be looking at the program as it exists under the current standards and how that could be adjusted, potentially.
Correct. I think we're really seeing it as we look at the work that needs to happen, what would be kind of timelines and adjustments that could be made related to supporting meeting some challenges in other areas, right? But not reviewing how we do neighborhood renewal, but rather when we do.
Okay, perfect. Well, that gives a lot of assurance for me. I think, again, worth exploring every option, but glad to know that it won't sort of change the overall approach that we're currently taking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions. I know I'll go to Councillor Hamilton to close.
Thank you. I just want to clarify the intention of this motion is truly just to get information. It's not to, I would never, unless there were particularly dire circumstances, but something I heard throughout the election was that people valued seeing local improvements. So their road and sidewalk replacement, that's where they saw, things, they saw the value of the city in their neighborhoods. So a reduction of those services is not something I would be inclined to support. However, I do still have outstanding questions even after 4 years on council. For instance, what are the annual operating costs of the neighborhood renewal program compared to what is kept in the fund to operate neighborhood renewal? What are the parameters around this particular type of local improvement levy, and is there an opportunity for expansion? What money, if any, was lent out to the alley renewal program from this fund? Those are, I think, really good questions that council might want some clarity on. And while I agree in that it's a very high bar to clear in terms of meddling with it, I think we need to understand how it is, not just how it functions, but how it is designed as a program, not necessarily as a service, but as a program here, before we are talking about budget. So it's allowing for council to go in eyes wide open in terms of how the program is set up and designed. And if there is any room for council to improve upon that, and that could include an increase in delivery, if that is something that is preferred. So with that, I hope to have support of council in getting more information on this.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack, you have a subsequent?
Councillor Salvador has the wording, so I'll go, if you can go to her.
Oh, Councillor Salvador.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to move a subsequent, hang on here, that administration return prior to the 2023-2026 operating and capital budget deliberations with options for a new dedicated tax levy to address funding challenges for the city's renewal program, including but not limited to funding either general renewal needs or a specific component of the renewal program.
Second.
Okay, can you put it up there, Madam Clerk? Okay, new daddy. Okay, want to make the introduction, Councilor Salvador?
Sure, yeah, I'll be fairly brief because I think this came through during questions as well. Just looking for further information as to what sort of above and beyond the neighborhood renewal program that we have, what type of structure might be appropriate for addressing some of our funding shortfalls as it pertains to widespread infrastructure renewal in the city. And I think that this motion provides enough flexibility that could either be quite specific or it could be quite broad when it comes to what components of renewal would be included in that. So if there's any questions, very happy to take them. I'll just stop there.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Questions? Seeing none, please vote. Information report.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that was both Councilor Knack and you. Can I go to Councilor Rice at this time for her subsequent motion, Madam Clerk?
Absolutely.
Councilor Rice?
That is related to item 6.1111.
Yep, 6 point, yep, that's the one, yep, go ahead.
Okay, so I move that administration prepare a report outlining the options to extend penalties forgiveness under section 1.2.3 of policy C 607 to small business.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Can you make the introduction, Councillor Rice?
Yes, and based on the discussion we happened in the executive committee, and in this policy, we talk about the tax policy, penalties forgiveness, and there is a gap there, and then for the local small business, and it is not covered in this policy. And specifically, our business experienced lots of challenge during COVID-19. And for the post-pandemic and how we can support our business and to get back to the normal, and also to retain our business in our city and to prevent the business move out from our city. So I worked with administration. Actually, this is just the information request. And for the report is not the change the policy right now. It's just a request administration to provide the what options and we could explore to support our small business. So this is a motion for.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions? I am seeing none. Please vote for information.
Just waiting for one more vote.
No
Mr.
worries, no worries.
Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are going into our motions pending. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Selby, point of order. Could I just make a motion referring back to item 9.2, please?
I'm sorry, just hold on. You did not tell me that you were gonna. This was, sorry, I did not pay. I don't follow chat when I'm chairing the meeting, sorry.
It's just to maintain the confidentiality on item 9.2.
So thank you very much, Councillor Wright. So when we very quickly moved item 9.2, we referred it back to administration. The direction in that is fine. I just need a motion to keep it private, subject to FOIP. Otherwise, I have to release it when I produce the minutes, and that was my oversight.
So that's the motion that Councillor Wright is making?
Yep.
Councillor Wright, okay, you made that motion?
Thank you. So I move that the May 24th, 2022 City Operations Verbal Report C001209 remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information Protection.
Second by Councillor Paquette. This is housekeeping. Please vote. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
We have all the votes. Thank
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any more? Seeing none, now we go into so Madam Clerk, so it's making sure that we are following the proper established process on motions pending. They are in the order they were made, or the time frame they were made. The first
Yep,
one.
So they're according to the ARC approved list.
Okay, got it. So we will go to 811 first. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I have some revised wording for this motion that I have shared with the clerk.
Okay.
Earlier today.
Okay.
It's never going to fit on one screen anyway. Do you want me to chat it back to you?
No, that's okay.
Is it in the chat?
I'll put it in the chat. MJ's just putting it up on the screen.
It is as follows, Mayor Sohi and colleagues, and that is that administration provide a report on the progress of land development at Blatchford that provides the following: a brief summary of the goals contained in the original business case and progress to date, all costs incurred since the Blatchford business case was approved, including but not limited to all consultant costs, personnel costs, and development costs, summary of all sources of revenue, municipal and private, the original project schedule, specifically regarding the pace of development and predicted sales by year. Then as a second group of items, a net present value analysis of projected land net sales revenue versus property tax revenues, using the current development model and employing a different model that sets land sale values at minimum suburban development values. I'll come back to that. And then finally, an analysis of potential development options that could see faster realization and maximization of lot sales revenue, including options for additional partnerships with private sector entities to develop some or all of the remaining undeveloped land while maintaining current density, energy, sustainability, and green building requirements.
Second. Although this is so weighty, it might need a third and a fourth.
Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
Councillor Paquette seconded that. You want to make an introduction, Councillor Cartmel?
I would.
Please. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Mayor Sohi. It is, Blatchford presents a really unique opportunity, and it has been long discussed in the city generally and within the corporation that is the City of Edmonton, more specifically, that this is an opportunity to change the way we develop, that this could be somewhat of a model community that would pay specific attention to our ecological goals, our climate transition goals, but also align with our city plan, although the plan for this development precedes the city plan considerably. But the general concept of a 15-minute community that is supported by mass transit, that is 10 minutes from the downtown core, that has all of those amenities that one might want to see: education and entertainment and employment and recreation, all within a few steps of your front door. Quite frankly, and so we saw that rather ambitious plan, that business case adopted, very ambitious objectives stated in terms of the pace of development and the number of folks that would be living in Blatchford. But we have not seen that pace of development, quite simply. It does not match the ambition of the original business case. And I think it's important to, first of all, not dwell on that necessarily, but provide the context of the original business case for Blatchford to truly understand, I think, just quite frankly, how slow the pace has been. Now, that's a relative phrase, and it's relative to where development happens otherwise. And so what I'm looking at is relative to suburban development in the ward I represent, and particularly the very newest neighborhoods in the ward I represent. When I compare developments, particularly higher density developments, which include those neighborhoods south of the Henday, in Windermere, in Keswick, in Ambleside, in Glenridding, that from an affordability perspective, those distant suburbs are far more accessible than Blatchford. And one of the original ambitions was that Blatchford, amongst its other goals, would be affordable. And it seems to me that right now, today, it serves those of my generation, quite frankly, that might be able to afford to move from their current home into Blatchford, but it does not serve, say, my children's generation, who are only finding those opportunities in those distant suburbs. So I would like to see us rethink this a little bit and see if there's a way to meet all of those ambitious, ecologically responsible goals, but pick up the pace of development, perhaps by taking a perspective that compares opportunities in Blatchford against greenfield development in the very far reaches of the city, as opposed to comparing and contrasting with opportunities that would be infill opportunities in the core. I think there's some value in completing that analysis and seeing if there might be some other approach that we can take. It is, and I want to be very clear about this. This is not my intent that we, quote unquote, kick the city out of the development. But I do wonder if there's a capacity question where there might be some partnership opportunities available to allow our private sector development partners that do operate in those greenfield spaces some opportunity to work in places that are not currently under development by the City of Edmonton. And I think that that's important because we're seeing other investments, including the LRT extension into Blatchford, that I would like to see leveraged to a much higher degree in a much shorter term. So those are a few thoughts. Happy to answer any questions. But I do think that there is a bit of a financial analysis here that says we might be able to quite simply take less dollar for the land now, see it developed, start realizing property tax revenue, and reap those rewards for a much longer time and pay back that initial, perhaps, loss on investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thanks very much. You know, Blatchford is a project I'm really excited for, and I think that this motion provides a good opportunity to tell the story and highlight what I think are some really positive aspects of what's been happening so far. I guess, you know, and then happy to explore how we strengthen that work moving forward. I guess my concern always comes down to uncertainty that this motion may signal. And how that might impact the ongoing work. So maybe either Mr. Laughlin or Mr. Lumsden, if you could could you speak to that in terms of what impact this might have in terms of creating uncertainty for builders in the Blatchford neighborhood?
I think Mr. Lumsden probably be best to speak to that. Go ahead, Tom.
The concern would be builders that have already started working with us there. They have people living in the homes. They're planning to move forward throughout the community. So any question about that future kind of brings to their business model into play, whether they want to keep going, whether they decide to put their money elsewhere because there's uncertainty in this one. That would be the biggest thing from the private companies that have already invested in Blatchford and have had success.
Right, and it's just sort of the uncertainty about what model will be taken moving forward and who they may be partnering with. Is that correct?
Yeah, or if they fit into the, if we go to a private development model, then they have their own builders, say, that they work with. So these ones might be
I
left
see. Okay, that's an interesting point. So, right, why would they continue to invest in working in Blatchford if they may in the future be precluded from doing so because a development group doesn't allow them in? Okay, and is there a way that you think this motion could potentially be refined to provide some specificity around this being for future phases? Because maybe I'll ask the mover, is your intent that this is sort of not changing direction tomorrow, but maybe just for future tranches of land?
Yeah, in general terms, the current stages, that, as I understand it, that are being developed by Mr. Lumsden and his team are a relatively small part of the whole 530, if I have that number right, 530 acres that are Blatchford. So, you know, not intending to get in the way of anything that's sort of currently in progress, looking more to future parcels, including those that perhaps the city has developed but has not sold yet. And I would just note that because of the extended nature of our council meetings lately, I've had a lot of opportunity to talk this over with administration, and I think that they can speak for themselves, but I think they're okay with the way this motion's stated.
Okay, yeah, maybe just circle back to see if there's any refinements that would just help signal that this is not going to be an immediate change for folks that are already investing and continuing to invest in Blatchford, but would be a future consideration? Or does administration feel that this is clear enough as it stands?
No, we're comfortable with this, but I will make sure it's clear for council that we're not stopping any of the activity that's currently underway in Blatchford on the basis of this motion. So if there is a land deal to be had, so to speak, we will not slow down on that.
Perfect. Well, that's what I want to hear, and want to make sure that industry hears that as well. Certainly wouldn't want this to stall or slow down any of those potential home sales. And then just finally, I know the question of affordability has certainly come up. And sorry if we scroll to the bottom of the motion. Just wondering if admin could speak to just confirm that part of the consideration here may be around achieving affordability. I mean, I know that's a big, I know that land value is not the sole thing that's driving this, because I understand that initial land sale values were very comparable to greenfield development. But wondering if this is a space to talk about an affordability strategy in Blatchford, or is that subsequent work?
We're working on an affordability strategy. We intend to meet the 16% goal within Blatchford. I think the one thing to note, so far there's townhomes being built, and that's the biggest thing you can buy in Blatchford, but we also have deals on some multifamily parcels, which will obviously, in an apartment style, will be a more affordable build for people to buy.
Great. Okay, thanks. I'll just speak to this motion briefly when it's time for that, but appreciate the responses from the mover and administration.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Very quickly, I'm also supportive of this inquiry, but I just want to share, and thank you for assuring for us on that we're not changing the course as it's being laid out now, right? Because we heard from some of the one of the builders at my office has heard regarding some of the concerns, even though there has been a lot of learning, because this being the first of a very unique development where a lot of things that have been done first time, including geothermal and having such a huge area being developed in the pretty much middle of the city. So just again, I want to reassure that developer, or sorry, that builder, that as they're planning their work, that work is continued, right? I just need that reassurance again.
100%.
Yeah.
And unless, based on bringing this report back, there's alternate direction provided by council,
Yeah.
we will continue the current course that we have for Blatchford.
Good. Thank you so for reassuring that. And would this motion also provide us the opportunity to learn the lessons that we can actually look into not only the future of the Blatchford phases, but also the other big projects that we have coming up?
For sure, we're learning with each of the stages in the.
That can be highlighted in this report, so that can be incorporated here.
Yeah, I think Tom and team can actually highlight some of the learnings that have been applied from stage 1 into stage 2 and 3. And in fact, some of the learnings that we had with the district energy system, the utility, with the other district energy opportunities that we're pursuing in the city.
Okay. And I know it's not contemplated in the in the motion, right? But I know Councillor Cartmel, maybe this is to Councillor Cartmel, you talked about that private-public partnership, right? Do you envision, you're also thinking of maybe a different governance structure for these kind of projects, right? Or is that not the intent?
Well, Mayor Sohi, it's interesting. I think we have invested a considerable amount of money in Blatchford. Yeah. And in our previous conversation, not long ago, I think it was you that suggested that we should, reconsider how much dollar and effort we put into places like Rossdale and Exhibition Lands. Yeah. The faster land gets developed and into the hands of residents, the faster they start paying property tax on it. So if there's an opportunity to unlock tracts of land at the north end of Blatchford, to allow others to develop it by that I mean the land development, while the city continues to develop the land that it's currently working on, then we have a number of parcels going at the same time. And again, using the suburban model as a bit of a reference point, it's a very rare thing indeed, that a property of this size is entirely developed by one single entity. And then sells, that one single entity moves on to its own stable of builders, and that's it. It is, I mean, we all represent communities like this where it's not a collaborative, but it's certainly a number of different entities that are participating to bring that land to market. So there's room for everybody to play in this space. I think we should invite some of our partners to start playing, and perhaps in doing so, invite them to play a little bit less at the edges and a little bit more in the core.
Got it. Good. That's great. Thank you so much for that. Good. I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions. To speak, Councillor Stevenson, you want to speak to this?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, appreciate the mover bringing this forward, and particularly appreciate the refinements that were made to really reiterate and reemphasize the importance of maintaining the density, energy, sustainability, and green building requirements of the development, which I think are what make it so unique, and also what are really the foundations of its success. I hear from residents that live there who are so proud, so enthusiastic about the neighborhood that they've invested in and want to be part of. And I hope that this conversation provides them with the assurances that the city remains committed to that vision, and it's just looking at other tools and methods to make it potentially happen even faster. I look forward to discussing the options that are brought forward, particularly ensuring that we can continue to meet our affordability goals in the neighborhood as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you. I really do hope that we can support at least this analysis, and I think we really need to think about this from a couple of perspectives. And one is that, not to be too provocative about it, and again, not to get too into the tyranny of the anecdote, but I've heard from several builders since I, publicized my intent to make this motion that cannot get into Blatchford. That are infill developers on a smaller scale, and just find this particular space too complex to get in, and the complexity adds risk adds cost reduces affordability. And again, I'm not speaking about necessarily the environmental goals, the ecological goals, but Blatchford has a set of architectural requirements, for instance, and that is not unusual. But we have an arrangement now where architects that design buildings must report to another architect to get that building design approved. That adds red tape, that adds bureaucracy, which adds time, which adds risk, which adds cost. I really hope we can start disaggregating some of those things. I really hope that we can unlock these spaces to see development happen more quickly. There's people in my close orbit that would have loved to have bought a townhome in Blatchford, but they can only afford the townhome in Windermere. And that's not helping. If we really want the next generation of citizens to be able to afford to live in a community like this, we've got to examine what drives the lack of affordability in this place. And there's simply no denying that when you've got builders that cannot make their pro forma work at a $450,000 for an 1,100 square foot townhome condominium, but they can make that work for $280,000 in the suburbs, where are we driving our younger generations? If we talk about attracting people to Edmonton to come and stay and build a life in Edmonton, that want to see these kinds of developments and these kinds of aspirational things, they got to be able to get into those spaces. We can't have it be something that it's really great Edmonton's doing it, too bad I can't live there. So there's a need to crack this open, I think, and I think, quite frankly, the pace of development and the pace of building indicates that. So again, not to toss everything out that has been done by the city, but to quite deliberately perform some analysis here that sees that examines the possibilities of how else we can get more people in that space. And through those learnings, get more people into the spaces in Rossdale and the quarters and exhibition lands subsequent to perhaps a different operating model here. So I'll leave it there. Hopefully you can find your way to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Okay, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Our next one is 8.2 Edmonton Ski Club replacement. Councillor Salvador.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, so happy to move the wording that city clerk should have, I believe, that administration provide a report on the approval process and funding requirements to permit the Edmonton Ski Club to demolish and remove the existing lodge and replace on an interim basis with a modular building to meet the needs of the Edmonton Ski Club and the Folk Music Festival in Gallagher Park. Due date, August 8th, 2022.
I'll sec. So, go ahead. Councillor Paquette seconded it. You want to make an introduction?
Yeah, sure, I'll do
So Councillor Paquette seconded that, Madam Clerk.
Great. Yeah, so just as a little bit of background for anyone who's not familiar, the Edmonton Ski Club, it's not-for-profit society that was established back in 1911, located in Gallagher Park, just adjacent to downtown in Cloverdale, and it's also home to globally renowned festival, the Folk Fest. And of course, that's one of Edmonton's most important annual cultural events. These days, the ski club is really about more than just skiing. It's actually become a bit of an all-seasons hub for recreational activities, mountain biking as well in the River Valley. And it's quite an asset to the city that contributes to our goals around affordable and accessible outdoor recreation, health, well-being, livability, and of course, economic development. So the reason I brought forward this motion is because the current lodge is at the end of its life. It's no longer fit for occupancy. Both the ski club and the Folk Fest, along with many other nonprofit partners, currently depend on the existing legacy Edmonton Ski Club ski lodge, which serves as the operational base for the Edmonton Folk Music Festival, as well as the Edmonton Ski Club's winter and summer activities. Due to the hazards associated with this building, it can no longer support the ski club or Folk Fest's programming needs. So a little bit more context, there are plans underway for a permanent facility redevelopment, but that's still a few years off. And given the importance of the ski club and Folk Fest to our city, we need to talk about an interim structure. So Edmonton Ski Club is advancing plans for a permanent replacement facility under the Federal Green and Inclusive Community Buildings program, which could fund up to 60% of the project costs for a new net zero carbon facility, subject, of course, to receiving support from all levels of government, and announcements are coming on that. So, yeah, today's motion really just directs administration to identify the costs associated with supporting a temporary structure in that interim period until the new project is underway. So, yeah, later this year, if this motion is successful, we would receive a report that would provide greater understanding of what form that support might take, and council could then decide how it wishes to proceed at that time.
And just to confirm, it'll come back in the 13-week due dates?
Can I ask a clarifying question of admin on that one? Just I know that there is a little bit of time sensitivity around this, and that particular date was at the request of admin. If they are here to comment on that?
I'll defer to the city manager, just the bylaw
Sure.
says 13 weeks.
Yeah, I think we're okay with that.
Okay. All right. Any more questions? Seeing none, you probably don't have to close this, Councillor Salvador.
I don't have to close it, but I do just want that clarity on the timing. I know that there really was a tight window as to when Folk Fest wraps up their operations and tear down. I just want to make sure that we aren't removing a temporary facility only to put a temporary facility back. So that's just a really critical piece for me.
I've heard from the team, and the date, August 8th, is that what you said?
August 8th is what I had, but currently
Yeah.
it was changed to August 22nd.
We can put it, that's fine.
Perfect.
I can't speak
Wonderful.
for what else is coming to those meetings, but sure.
Okay,
August 8th is the date?
Yeah, that could work for us.
Good.
thank you.
Okay, good.
And no need to close, thank you
Good,
for that.
thank you. All right, please vote.
Yeah, so that's 13 votes. So just to be clear, it's our understanding that would come to UPC. So rather than having the counselor determine where the report will come back, we'll take this away and we'll follow the bylaw and we'll have it come back to the right committee meeting. It'll either be the 8th or the 9th. Okay, thank you.
That is carried. Okay, the next one is Edmonton Heritage Festival Association's tax balance options. Councillor Rutherford.
I'm actually gonna withdraw my motion, given some of the context and the discussion we've had about the tax and the policy that was just approved. So I am going to withdraw my motion.
Okay, so what is required for
So
withdrawal?
the motion's not on the floor, so the counselor is just not going to put it, and that's the
Okay.
I'm just not gonna put it on the floor then.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Our next is 8.4 Heritage Valley Project Development. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
I would like to move the administration bring an unfunded service package to the 2023-2026 capital budget deliberations to construct a recreation center in Heritage Valley to project development and delivery model checkpoint 1.
Second.
So that's second by Councillor Cartmel. Okay. Can you make the introduction, Councillor Rice?
Sure, happy to do. So around the Heritage Valley area and actually the city's fast-growing and newer communities, there are many, many younger families in that area, and also there are many new school, and then it's going to open. But that area, and specifically if you look at the city's map, there is no recreation center. So for all the over like 40,000 population live for that area, either needs to go drive over 50 minutes and to southwest recreation center or to southeast recreation center. So the entire in that area, there is no one recreation center. So I appreciate administration actually to identify this gap and respond to the needs from the community and put the Heritage Valley Recreation Center as a first priority and to consider and for the next project development. I do believe in our city's growth forecast and this type of area, and from that environmental lacking of the recreation center and for younger families, for many kids, for many schools, and also for the new school opening, and also with limited outdoor green spaces and with a high density area. With this support, and I think we will ensure this community live with a 15 minutes community and with that 5 kilometers criteria. So I do hope and get my council colleagues to support this motion and for city to explore the possible cost and then options and for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, just a question for the movers. So you were thinking about getting an unfunded service package to potentially be approved for this upcoming budget for a rec center?
Unfunded package is just the first step, and for us to have that opportunity to discuss, and but it's upon to our debates and to approve or not approve.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
and so, but I just wanted to make
so
clear, you're not still thinking about a whole new rec center being funded on top of this budget, no.
Yeah, so that is actually worked with the administration to provide
So
this
just
option.
the beginning
Yes, the checkpoint
pathway.
1.
Okay,
Yes.
yep.
It's just concepts stage, I think.
Just trying to save everyone some potential tears. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just wondering if the report back would speak to where this rec facility lands in the overall sort of prioritization and master plan of recreational facilities.
Is to me the question or to administration?
It was to administration.
Okay.
Councillor, it's Roger Jevney here. We can include that in the response back. We did, when we did the approach to rec facility planning, we did identify Heritage Valley as a growth area that would be sort of next in line for a suburban facility. And we can put it in context with the other projects that are currently in the capital budget.
Okay, yeah, that would be really helpful. And I'm just wondering if that work should happen before the work of putting together an unfunded service package happens, or do you think that can occur concurrently?
I think we could do concurrently. There's, there's some needs. The work to identify the need in the area was there. The specific amenities of what may be included in a facility would probably be. That's the work we would do after the service package was funded. I think we would be cautious on how far we went on what went into to get us to checkpoint 1.
Okay, so I guess maybe my question overall is just what is the level of work that would be required to bring this unfunded service package forward? Just wanting to be really mindful of our resources, recognizing that it's going to be a very difficult capital budget, and we've heard that growth projects may face some challenges in becoming funded.
So that question probably be to finance, probably, right?
Whoever can speak to the amount of work that this bringing an unfunded service package
Okay,
to get to
that'll
checkpoint
be
one would be.
that'll be Mr. Javani then.
Yeah, Councillor, it would be some work. The overall sort of needs assessment and prioritization has been done, so it wouldn't be a significant amount, but we wouldn't be bringing forward the full business case. At the budget time, it would be once it was funded then to move forward. That's when the work would really begin if council chose to fund that work in the fall.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Steve. Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, thank you very much. Just a question to administration, and maybe I missed this in the onboarding. Is it a service package or a capital profile? Or is it a service package because it's checkpoint for 1? I'm just trying to understand to make sure we have the right language in there and that it's going to the right. Because we're talking about capital budget, but it's saying a service package.
So if my understanding is correct, and I'll look to Mr. Jevney, if this is for the development of a business case, is that what the service package would be for?
It's saying, it's basically saying design. So when I see checkpoint 1, isn't checkpoint 1 concept?
No, I can clarify that, Councillor Rutherford. Checkpoint 1 is essentially that business case. So
okay, and then checkpoint 2 is concept?
Correct. Well, depending on the asset type that you're talking about, because we haven't landed on a consistent terminology between the assets, but
okay,
it's essentially checkpoint 1 is the business case, and so this work would be operations, which would be a service package, and maybe the only adjustment would be removing the word capital to just the 23 to 26 budget deliberations.
okay. Would that be considered friendly to the mover?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Seems friendly to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, if we can remove capital, perfect. Yeah. That helps clarify that for me. And then when we were talking about recreation centers recently, I don't remember this one being in the top prioritization list. When we were kind of looking, there was like the map and it had dots of about 8 locations for recreation facilities across the city. This one wasn't on that list, am I correct? Or was it on that list?
Yeah, it was on the list, Councillor. And when we did the approach in 2018, this was identified as the area that had been built out the furthest, had the highest population. And that's why we moved forward with the Dr. Ann Anderson Community Center, the partnership with the school, to try and get some amenities into the area.
Yeah.
So it was identified as a priority over all the other suburban areas.
Okay, because then the one in Counselor Jans's ward is the top one on that priority list though, correct?
That's right. And it's been funded to go to checkpoint 3. So it's
Yeah.
further along in the process.
And then which are the ones, like, where does this fall in that ranking then?
So they were ranked separately. Council had given us direction to move forward on the Rolling Miles Center to replace Scona Pool. So this would be a new one that's coming in as a second priority.
It is the second priority on that list. Or if
Given
we
council-
approve this
direction already.
motion, we're basically jumping the queue on the business case. That's what I'm trying to understand.
So given the business case has been done, Councilor, or the Rolling Miles facility to replace Scona Pool, I mean, we
Yeah.
have council direction on that. We're moving forward to checkpoint 3. So it's
Yeah,
in
I get
design.
that. I get rolling miles is okay. I'm trying, in that report, there was a map with 8 other recreation centers for future development within that, and some were smaller scale, right? I'm trying to get a sense of, if this business case is approved, A, is administration going in with the mindset of making the case for this? And B, is it usurp other priority recreation centers that were presented at the same time that we were talking about rolling miles?
This one was identified as the priority, given the build out of the area.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans?
To speak to it.
Okay, Councillor Wright?
I just wanted to get clarity. Is this for like the big Meadows or Terwilliger style rec center, or is it more the smaller, I'm thinking Hardesty or Bonnie Doon type?
Councilor, I mean, that would be part of the work. I mean, the recent council direction was around building smaller rec centers. We do have the partnership with the school that has some amenities. We would need to figure out which additional amenities would be a priority, and then how large that we would scope that out. But the intent would be that it would be smaller than Meadows or Clearview, but not necessarily a standalone 25-meter pool or a single sheet of ice. It would be somewhere in between, I think. But that's the work that we would need to do to get to checkpoint 1.
Okay, so just for the information. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, just on that, I had a very similar question around how this fits with our larger intentions of moving away from sort of that mega rec center model, but I'm hearing that is actually part of the work that would be encompassed in it. That's correct, Mr. Jevney?
Yeah, that's right. I think we heard clear that we're looking at smaller, still multi-purpose, but much smaller in scope than some of the previous facilities.
Thank you.
Councillor Cartmel?
Just to speak, there's something.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So that concludes the questions. And we'll go to speaking order. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, I commend the councillor in bringing this forward. I think this is excellent advocacy on behalf of her constituents and for, trying to get a first down on the play, I think, as they say in sports ball. But I can't support this right now for a couple of reasons. One, as I said, I wasn't joking about the big bucket of ice water that was thrown on our head in the hallway just earlier with the operations update and the capital update. I'm really concerned about where we're going to be at. I think we're going to be tabling some of the decisions that we made in the fall. I think even past commitments that we voted on towards Lewis or Coronation or Raleigh Miles or others may be delayed. Will this happen? Yes. Will it happen soon? Probably not. That's what we're hearing. So unless we get a major influx from provincial or federal government, I don't see this moving up the chain. And as such, for us to be spending precious staff time, limited dollars, and giving false hope to community right now, I just can't support that. So we kind of went wild in November, and council had the opportunity to look at a different tax structure. We chose the 1.9, and these are some of the limits that we have to face up with. So I'm not willing to move forward on this right now, although I certainly commend the mover for trying and for getting this forward. And I hope that maybe in a future cycle we'll be able to look at this. But given our financial situation right now, this is one of those sobering moments where at some point we're going to have to say no, not right now to things. Thank you.
Councillor Jans, Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, I really appreciate and acknowledge Councillor Jans's comments, and I'd be perfectly frank, I share a similar sentiment, but I will offer this. I had the privilege of representing these neighborhoods before the last election, and south of Anthony Henday, on the south side of the city, so on the outside of the Henday and the south side of the city, there is I'm going to say 35,000 people anyway, in Heritage Valley and in the Windermere area. And Anthony Henday is a very hard barrier to cross. There's a crossing on 111th Street and Rabbit Hill Road in Terwillegar. So for that whole quadrant of the city, you've got 3 major roads to cross. You will not let your 12-year-old take their banana seat bike and ride off to the rec center at Terwillegar on that basis. It is, I know. It is very, very difficult to find those recreation opportunities south of the Henday in that corner of the city. You know, in terms of city amenities, front-facing amenities, there is the small community center attached to Dr. Ann Anderson School, and there is a library the size of a Starbucks in one mall, and that is all. So I don't know that there's a suggestion here that this recreation center is the mega rec center. We had a long conversation not too long ago about how we need to break those mega rec centers up into parts and offer the parts to different neighborhoods. So this might be, you know, an outdoor pool in somewhere in Chappelle. This might be a twin arena, one inside, one outside, that sits someplace in Allard. You know, there's an opportunity here to provide an amenity to a part of the city that is very dense, that is already, you know, 15 or 20 years built out, that has an enormous amount of youth. And so the idea that we not necessarily do this immediately, but that we're ready to do this as maybe as the next priority in a much smaller way and on a much smaller scale, I think is worthy of having that conversation. Appreciate the point that resources are tight, but this is pretty modest staff time to do a little bit of a needs assessment and maybe identify some locations for smaller scale recreation that would have value right across that southwest quadrant of the city beyond the limits of the Henday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and maybe just one other piece, and I appreciate the points I just heard from Councillor Cartmel, but I think it's even worth noting, we're not even talking about advancing that yet. All we're talking about is creating the profile. So, and this has been the process this council has taken for the last 8 months, which is trying to get those things that we want to be able to discuss at budget on the books. And I don't actually believe we've voted against any other councillor's request for any unfunded profiles to be created. And I think it's the right process for us to do this now, because we used to do it the day after the budget was presented, and a bunch of councillors would scramble to add some of these, and then we wouldn't have a good detailed capital profile to compare against all of the other priorities. So I have no idea if I'll support this when it comes to budget, because as we heard today, there's a lot of different challenges before us, but at a minimum, I think we owe it to each other, as we have throughout the last 8 months, to at least allow that to be debated amongst all of our other priorities. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I do agree with Councillor Jans in that we can't afford any more new projects like this, but for information purposes only, I will support it. I'd be interested in knowing maybe what the cost differences is between the large mega projects and just more of a community-based type of facility. So, and as Councillor Knack said, I don't know if I would support it in a service package for funding, but for information, I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel, sorry, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I really commend Councillor Rice for bringing this forward, because this preliminary work is necessary for us to consider the lack of recreational facilities in some of the growing communities in the south. I would say even in the north as well. And these are very dense communities. These are communities filled with kids, and they deserve recreational facilities. Yes, even though this is a very preliminary report that will come to council for consideration during the budget. I can tell you, when I got elected to City Council, I brought forward a motion to advance this kind of work on the Meadows Rec Center. And now I go to that facility, it's filled with people from the local community. It's one of the busiest facilities. People walk there, people bike there, people go there with families, with grandkids. People drive there absolutely. And I think sometimes we need to be careful what kind of language we use to describe these facilities, because people use them, right? And I don't think we should be comparing them with saying, building facilities in mature neighborhoods is more important than suburban communities. All communities are important. All facilities are important. We need to build multi-purpose facilities, and I'm proud of my work on getting Meadows Rec Center done. And I'm pretty sure Councillor Rice will be very proud once this facility is done, because that facility is needed. Yes, this preliminary work, and I'll be looking forward to that work when it comes to council for discussion. But this is these are core responsibilities of the city to provide recreational facilities in every part of the city. So I really want to thank Councillor Rice for bringing this forward. That's why I wanted to second that, but it's okay. Councillor Paquette seconded that. Sorry.
Oh, no, Councillor Carmel seconded.
Councillor Cartwell seconded that. Sorry.
Don't blame me for
okay.
that guy.
All right, and I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
All
And
right.
to quickly speak to it, I'm going to vote yes.
All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, so that is one more left, sorry. 8.5, Edmonton Transit Services in developed communities in South Edmonton. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to take this opportunity to appreciate the support from my council colleagues for 8.4. So 8.5 is similar, and then is actually linked back to the 8.4. And because specifically for the South Handy, and we have so many people and live in that area, and as a fast growing area and the high density area. And what I heard over and over is about with the new school opening, our existing and bus late working services, and then is not adapting to that new change. And for example, recently we have the new high school opening, and the high school, I was honored to attend that opening. I spoke to so many high school students. Sorry, so it's not speaking, it's about introducing.
Sorry, can you move it first?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, I forgot. It's a long day. So I moved the administration provided a report on the performance metrics of Edmonton Transit Services in newer developing and developed communities in South Edmonton, south of Anthony Handy, and outline the ETS service standards and associated budgets required to increase the service levels of ETS in those communities.
Second, Councillor Cardinal?
Unless you want.
I'll second it. Yeah, I'll second it. Thank you. Okay. All right. To now introduce. Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chair. So the students actually told me, and because the existing bus network services is not adapt to that to new school change due to the different timeline. But so right now they're looking forward to the service improved, because right now they have to take like 50 minutes to 1 hour to get to the school from the home, like even from Chappelle and to Heritage Valley. I think that's for students, that's long travel time. And so what I'm looking for this motion is if our administration could look at the demands and needs from the community. And specifically, we have some working and employees, and lots of working employees live in those newer developing and developed communities, and they need to go to work. But our public transit system and even like for the regular bus services is not in those areas. It's just undemanding area. Okay, thank you very much. And then I'm looking forward for our council to support this motion and then really to support our community's needs.
Thank you.
And students as well.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes, 9 minutes before 5. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And so I think Ms. Houghton McDonald is on the line. And so the only question I do have about this, and I'm going to push a little bit more on this one than I did the last one, is because this singles out South Edmonton, we have a number of suburban communities outside the Henday that I think would potentially benefit from a similar level of analysis. I think some of that had occurred in the report in February. And I'm wondering, if we're going to do this, is there a way to compile all of that information amongst the newer neighborhoods outside the Henday?
Carries
Is
on.
that directed to administration?
Yes, that would be too, because
Sure.
Thank you.
So when we do our annual service planning process, that's essentially what we're doing. So we're evaluating and we shared the report cards, which outlines our performance relative to the service standards. And then we have that annual cycle of planning to look at service recommendations that we would make for the next year. And then 5 times a year, we're making the adjustments throughout the year based on, changing circumstances and what we learn. So there's that cycle that I think could address some of what you are referring to.
Yeah, so I guess my question would be if we maybe didn't specify South Edmonton and we just left it to say in newer and developing communities, would that allow you through some of that regular body of work you're already doing? I don't want to necessarily see a full brand new report, but maybe combining that with some of the work you've already done. Is that possible? Is that unreasonable?
Yes, I think that is the way we do our work. Absolutely.
Okay.
It aligns.
Great. Then I think I would just make that request maybe.
It will be friendly.
Okay,
Right,
then I'll
Councillor
just,
Wright? Yeah.
if that's fine, I would just strike out the South Edmonton part and leave it broad to include new and developing communities, if that's okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So, and even take out the word south of Henday?
Yes.
That will be the outer side of Henday, right? Yeah, good. Okay.
Okay,
All right,
that's it for
great.
me. I'll support it. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, when this question is to administration. So if we're already doing this work, is this not redundant?
So our intent is every year we're bringing forward an information report outlining that annual service plan. So I think there's good synergy because you're right, it is work that we're already doing. And our next annual service plan discussion would cover 2023. I was hopeful to bring it forward once we had decisions of the budget deliberations. So likely bringing it early in the new year, outlining our plan for next year.
But in terms of like service levels, you already have a mechanism in place to make sure that you're looking at this from an equity lens, from a demand lens. And we've had some challenges about that because my whole thing with my ward is demand is required when you have good service and then you get better demand. So we've had that conversation. But I guess I'm really struggling. Maybe this question is to the mover instead of to administration. I'm really struggling at what the intent of this motion is or what new information that this is supposed to provide.
So the existing work actually provided the updates, and I don't think it's a long time ago. It's just last month, but that work does not cover this specific newer development at a developed community area specific for the south of Anthony Henday. So that is why I brought up. And of course, I totally understand the redundant piece. I don't want administration to do that redundant work as well, because it's lack of that analysis on specific those area. That is why it's worth to bring in then.
But isn't that okay? So then is Ms. McCabe on the line?
I am, Counselor.
Wouldn't this be similar to the work and analysis you're doing on my motion related to growth and costs for services and capital? Or do you still see this as distinct?
It could be nested under that. I'm not sure if Carrie and I have had time to contemplate that fully. But we do need to consider, when you look at the cost of growth, how to provide transit in our developing neighborhoods and what the impact is associated with that. It'd be hard not to look at them concurrently.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford, would you move that we extend the order to finish this item?
Yes, I move that we.
Mr. Mayor, can we extend to finish notices of motion? I just have a very time-sensitive one.
I don't have anything here, Councillor Stevenson, from you.
Okay.
Just maybe work through the city clerk. I don't have anything
Yeah,
from
so
you.
just for clarity, to give a notice of motion, you don't require to give notice to the chair. It's a courtesy and it's highly encouraged. Notice is required 40.
So it's a notice, yeah. So we'll note, giving notice is part of the agenda. That'll be part of completing it.
So are you extending orders to finish this item, or are you extending orders to finish your agenda today?
What else we have on the agenda other than notice of motions?
Notices of motion, giving notices is part of the agenda.
Yeah, so finish the agenda. Yeah, that's the only item we have, right? This is the only item we have. Am I right?
I was under the impression that the notice was given at public hearing, so there's a few more motions.
Oh, that I don't know. Sorry. I wasn't not familiar with that. Okay, well.
I move to finish this item.
Can you just hold on for a minute? I need clarity from Madam Clerk. What else is on the agenda?
So it's my understanding there's 2 items still to remain on your agenda, the one you're currently debating, and then the last section of your agenda, which is to deal with notices, for people to give their notice.
Yeah.
So that's agenda item 10.
Yeah.
So just for absolute clarity, if you only want to extend orders to deal with the item that you're currently on, that's absolutely okay. Then there will not be time to deal with item 10, which is notices of motion and motions without customary notice.
Is there any notice without customary notice coming up?
So if you want to give us direction, as we talked about before, to extend the next 2 council meetings till 9 o'clock, that would be a motion without customary notice. And I fully intend, or I am understanding that there could possibly be quite a few notices of motion as well. It's totally up to council what it wants to do. I just would like clarity on.
And you are okay with schedule from your end, from a staff end, to finish the order of the day today, to finish the agenda today?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Okay, so to finish the agenda, Councillor Rutherford, can you move that, please?
Okay, I move that we extend orders to finish the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next we had was Councillor Salvador.
Yes, sorry, just a question around, I guess I'm concerned that this approach actually creates silos between new neighborhoods and mature neighborhoods. I'm also hearing that this work is sort of essentially ongoing. Ms. Houghton McDonald, is there, I guess, do you foresee a risk in that? I know we're really trying to think of our system holistically in an integrated manner. So I just, get a little concerned when I start to see us piecing out different types of neighborhoods.
So I think, if this is connected back again to the fuller kind of annual service plan report, this could essentially become a subcomponent. But if you're more comfortable adding language about including, other types of neighborhoods, maybe that are redeveloping or something along those lines, I fully understand if you needed to pivot in that direction. But I'm picturing this as our regularly planned annual service plan report, and then addressing the components should this be the will of council.
Sure, yeah, I guess I might, I might be more comfortable with that. It just, I'm feeling that this is quite redundant, to be honest, just knowing that it's coming forward. So maybe I'll just leave it at that, and yeah, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Hi, I was going to remove myself from the list, but yeah, I just wanted some clarity on expanding the rather than just south of the Henday. So, and I think that's been done. I would like to have, I guess, a more specific report focused on the newer developing neighborhoods, just because that is a good part of Wards Wamitapi. So
Yeah, that has been removed now, so it's all about surrounding communities. Good.
yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I can certainly understand the need in this motion as my ward faces similar challenges, but you know, to Ms. Hutton McDonald's point, there are 5 times a year where we can leverage these service changes. But given that this one is also around, you know, a budget implication, are we talking about like a redesign on the bus network redesign? A further redesign of the bus network redesign on a citywide holistic level to administration?
I would not interpret it in that manner, nor would I recommend that. This has been a significant change effort. I'm really proud to say our ridership is at the highest level of recovery. We're at 72% of normal, and I'm attributing some of that to that effort and the significant change we've gone through. I, you know, hear the intent and understand the concerns about how to address these areas that have ongoing needs, and think that's a body of work, you know, that's underway. And wouldn't require another redesign. I don't recommend that path.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. So I would agree with some of my colleagues that what is being asked in this motion is redundant. I mean, my team has, you know, been working very closely with the transit team. Sorry, just to, I guess, speak on this. Through that iterative process to improve service changes in the developing neighborhoods. And I feel like there's a lot of needs here that can be addressed through that existing process. For those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, and by saying that, I don't mean I'm going to take all 5 minutes. Just to speak to this really quickly, yes, there may be some redundancy here. However, the thing that is unique is that it's being asked for this information to be put into sort of its own little side pocket to consider. And for that reason alone, I think it's very simple, super straightforward, happy to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the questions. I will go to Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues here, your comments, and understand your comments. And specifically, and for city and for us to attract 2 million people and for the growth, and also to support our community, our Edmontonians who live in this newer developed area, this work we do need. We cannot just ignore their needs, and from students and from families, and then also from our working employees, and then these services and how we can reflect and to demonstrate that support to this newer area. I don't have too much to say, but I want to say, and then this work specifically, like Councillor Paquette mentioned very clear, and then I'm just hope and my colleagues will support this motion, and at least we give that opportunity to start to look at and how we can improve services in those areas, newer areas. And we cannot just focus on the development and then to ignore the matching and the services to support the newer areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Oh, we have some visitors coming in. Oh. All right. So that concludes 8.5.
Can we just, we're just getting a chat from administration. Can we just confirm council's expectation of a due date for that report? There is a request that it possibly come back to UPC in February, just to align that with the annual service plan. Does that work for you, Councillor Rice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. All right. Before I go to notes and motions, a motion without customary notice. Before I do that, just give me 1 second. All right, so instead of students, we get teachers today. Right on, June 13th, 2022, some of the teachers who are coming to City Hall School next year. I don't have the names, sorry. You wanna, maybe I'll start on this side. Why don't you introduce yourself? And school name, sorry, start again, school name. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm from Jackson Heights, so we're really excited to meet you.
Okay.
My name's Sarah Craig. I'm from Constable Daniel Woodall School.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Susan Andre, and I'm from Monsignor Theoderson.
I should go who with everything, right? Go.
Garcia from St. John Bosco in Esmigua.
I'm Matthew Sharwa in St. Vladimir.
Ashley Malkin from St. Jude. Kaylee Smith from Austin O'Brien. Dana Levine from Michael A. Costic. Michelle Rogers, Steinmiller. Jamie Aker from Elmwood. I'm Lil Semnick. I'm the new City Hall School teacher.
Woohoo!
I'm also Karen Ting from Homesteader School.
Thank you so much for coming, and also thank you so much for all the your service over the last 2.5 years during the pandemic. I'm pretty sure it wasn't easy on everyone, but also particularly on teachers and administrators looking after our kids during those difficult times. So thank you so much for your ongoing work, and looking forward to seeing you here. Next slide. Okay, Councillor Stevenson. Now we are on to notices of motions and motions without customary notice. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I do apologize, I didn't forewarn you of this, but I am providing notice that at the June 20th council meeting, I'll be moving the administration provide a report to council outlining options, including funding requirements, to pilot one or more small-scale sanctioned encampments this summer as one strategy to support the safety and well-being of people experiencing homelessness and reduce impacts to surrounding businesses and community, with a due date of July 4th, 2022.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor. It's a notice of motion, so.
Their notices, and yeah, and we don't.
No
need to specify
seconders
due
is
dates.
required and no explanations
Appreciate the
required.
enthusiasm, though. Thank you, Councillor Piquet.
You'll have that opportunity when actual notice, when motion is made. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
I would like to move that administration performs a jurisdictionary scan on senior assistance programs in comparable municipalities and report to executive committee with the results and come back Q1 2023.
So just a friendly reminder, when we're giving notices, the date that's important is when you're actually going to make the motion. It's at that point in time that we determine when the report's going to come back, because the motion hasn't yet passed.
Or be the next council meeting.
Okay, you'll make this motion. Thank you,
Yes.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also make two motions, notice of motions for the June 20th meeting. The first one is that administration prepare a report with options for additional tax subclasses on number 1, properties valued in the top 1% of residential homes. Number 2, residential properties valued over 2 million, 4 million, 6 million, or 8 million, and that the additional revenue, if realized, be allocated to community safety and well-being initiatives and poverty elimination. That would be for the fall operating budget deliberations. The second notice is that administration bring forward an unfunded service package for up to 10 million in operating funds for 24/7 crisis response on an ongoing basis as for consideration as part of the 2023-2026 fall budget deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Anything else? Anyone else? So that concludes the notice of motions. Now we are adjourned, Madam Clerk.
Are you going to give us direction on what you'd like to do for the next two council meetings, or do you think we're going to be able to finish them within the allotted time? It's just easier for us to adjust schedules if we know that we're going to be having to stay later rather than
I think we would be staying later, so so the suggestion is to extend the order of the day till 9:30?
till 9.
9?
For June 20th, as well as for July 4th. We've
June.
canvassed counselors. It's just much easier, I think, for everybody to staff up appropriately rather than doing it on the day of the meeting.
That would need a notice of motion without customary notice to do that?
Correct.
So I'll move that maybe Councillor Cartmel can make a notice or a motion without customary notice related to the schedules for June 20th and July 4th.
Yeah.
I'll second that one.
Councillor Paquette seconded that. Please vote.
Just waiting for one. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move that the orders of the day for the June 20th and July 4th council meetings be extended to 9 p.m. with a dinner break from
Do you want to keep the dinner break from 5:30 to 7, or do you want to shorten it to an hour?
Shorten it.
Yeah, from 5:30 to, council meeting, 5 to 6?
You tell us.
Dinner says 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Is that what it says?
6 to 7, that's the motion. Okay, pardon me.
Well, you tell us what you want.
So I'm going to move that the orders of the day for the June 20th and July 4th meetings be extended to adjourn at 9:30 p.m. with a dinner break from 6 to 7.
Can we say 9 p.m., please?
I'm just reading what's on the screen.
Yeah.
So 9 then, with a dinner from 6 to 7.
Yeah. 9 p.m., dinner 6 to 7.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Anything else, Madam Clerk? That's it. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And thank you so much, Aileen and your staff. Really appreciate it.